bitch. Oh, excuse you? Baloney wash. I'm annoyed. I'm just here to give my opinion and carry Annie. Oh, it's Chris Avalon Unfiltered, bitch. Yeah, what's going on? Happy Monday. It's your boy Chris Avalon, and welcome to a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered, a show we basically talk about all things going on in celebrity news, pop culture, hot topics, all that good stuff. So that's a show for you. Definitely stick around because we have a lot of action-packed tea to spill today, including we talked about some bad news. We lost another star from Buffy the Vampire Slayer over the weekend. We'll get into that story. We talked about the box office. Scary Movie, of course, screamed its way to the top of the charts. Masters of the Universe flopped big time. We'll get into that. I'll also give my review of Masters of the Universe because I went to go see it. We had some good news over Obsession. The world seems to be obsessed with Obsession because the movie grossed $224 million, the highest grossing film for Focus Features ever. We'll also get into the Tony Awards. I watched it this morning. Pink hosted. There was a lot of great nostalgia moments, a lot of great performances. Broadway is lit right now, and so if y'all got some coin todders, scrape them up and go see you some Broadway shows because the Tonys was pretty good last night, and Pink did a good job. We'll get into it. Plus, we got to talk about the President of the United States about to go wobble his way up in the Madison Square Garden tonight. Yeah, my job. So we'll talk about it because I know that's going to be the big situation everybody's going to bring up in the comments. So we're going to talk about it and my overall thoughts. Plus, I'm going to play a clip from The View that irritated me, especially when Whoopi Goldberg, because I'm like, this is the most this bitch ever talked during the segment. But we'll get into that. Plus, Idris Elba says that he didn't think a black actor playing James Bond was realistic. And he was saying, let's not try to make Bond woke. I don't know. I have a problem with the way he used that word, even though he's black. But it feels like a black man using it in the way the whites have colonized the word. So we'll get into that. Plus, of course, we got to talk about Madonna and the fact that she finally released her Confessions 2 10-minute mini movie. And we'll get into the songs, we'll get into the cameos, we'll get into the visuals, we'll get into the lasers coming out of people's ass and cootie cats. We'll get into all of it when we get to that topic. We got to talk about Charli XCX. She announced her upcoming music fashion film tour. The fact that she's not coming to Madison Square Garden has kind of got me tight because of fucking Harry Styles and that lame ass residency he's about to do at my job. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm living for the coin, but who wants to continue to see that show as many times as I'm going to have to work it? So we'll get into that. Plus, speaking of my job, word on the street is Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce to getting married at Madison Square Garden. We'll dive into that rumor. Speaking of, and then Jennifer Lopez is out here acting like she the queen of, the gatekeeper of all things New York because she says, or she gives her our whole idea what makes a New Yorker, and it has divided the internet. So we'll get into that. Sherri Shepherd says she was blindsided about her show being canceled. We'll definitely get into that. Bussy MadAzz out here using the trans people for clout because wasn't quiet as it's kept. Wasn't nobody going to his little raggedy ass pool party. But of course, because it's Pride Month, because he needs attention, because he knows that to jump on the bandwagon of the gays, the LGBTs, in order to bring attention to whatever it is he got going on over there that nobody don't give a fuck about, quiet as it's kept, he got to go and jump on the bandwagon of the T-girls, which we know you secretly love the dolls, Miss Ma'am. So we'll get into that. Plus, we got to talk about that last episode of the second bracket of All Stars 11. Miss Selena was showing her entire ass in that episode. So we're going to get into that and a whole lot more. So before we get to those topics, if you could please do me a solid, hit that like button. If you are new to the channel, hit that subscribe button. And also be sure to smash the notification bell so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. We also have super chats. We have super stickers. You can hype the channel. You can do all the things to push the thing out there in regarding this messy old show. I'm actually hoping y'all can't hear my fan because this damn thing is making too much freaking noise and it's hot. And it's like when you got lights and all this other stuff on, you got to cool the room down or whatever so it doesn't overheat. And it's never made this noise until today. And I ain't got time to be trying to figure out how to not make it so noisy. So if y'all hear a little in the background, that's what that is. But let me know in the chat if y'all can hear it. Okay, so let's see. Let's put the comments up in here. The driver seat sure enough love that baloney wash. Henny. They said, I need good for the child. Let me tell you. Read my lips. I was living for. Let me tell you something. Fade is fine as hell. I don't know what happened between him and Carol G. But that is a fine ass man. Also, good for the soul. I live for that. Wasn't that the one where they had the lasers coming out of the cootie cat and the ass? I want to know how they did that. Was that butt plugs or whatever y'all they put back there with the little lasers coming out? Because that was fierce. I look, that was the best use of. I was gonna say that save this for later. I might reuse it. That's the best use of a laser since Jennifer Lopez was waiting for tonight music video. So I was living for that. I do agree. Danceteria, I definitely need that song. I love the rap talky type vibe. It was like a cross between, it's not like American Life, but it definitely had like that Vogue, Justify My Love type of vibe going for it. I definitely loved the, first of all, I thought the choreography and everything. The bathroom scene. Mm-mm. First of all, I'm mad at Madonna because she's spilling all the bathroom tea secrets. Because there have been many a times in a New York club I've had plenty of fun in many a bathroom, if you know what I'm saying, and I think you do. Yes, it rhymes with hugs and the sex stuff. So that was bringing back memories, but we definitely gonna break that down. But yeah, I live for that bathroom scene, and Madonna looked fierce. I was like, that's the best I've seen, and you know what? Even the butt was on point. Oh yeah, there was a lot of Easter eggs in the video, but we'll get to that when we get around to the topic. But without further ado, hold on, sitting here drinking this sparkling energy drink. The second one I had today. Don't worry, I'm not gonna have a heart attack on camera. So without further ado, let's hit the banner and keep the comments coming as we get into our first topic, which is I got some sad news because over the weekend we found out that Anthony, or the people who knew him well, Tony Head, best known for playing Giles on Buffy the Vampire Slayer, had passed away. And then I heard people running around saying that there's some sort of Buffy curse. Child, this is not poltergeist. Relax. There's no Buffy curse. Things happen. The man was in his 70s. I think it was like 73, 74. He was up there in age. Well, he's 72. Seems like maybe a year older than my father. So um he's up there in age. I mean, we all gonna die eventually, so there's no curse. Relax. Because we lost how many people from Buffy? Well, we lost Anthony. We lost Michelle Trachtenberg. Wasn't there another person that passed away from the show? I can't think of him right now, but let's get into the story. So he's the actor was honored by his co-stars from Buffy the Vampire Slayer, by the way. So the actor, as you know, originated the role of Rupert Giles, Buffy's watcher and mentor throughout the show's 7-season run. Head was a main cast member in the first 5 seasons of the series and was a recurring character for the last 2 seasons. Throughout his run on the supernatural horror drama, Head shared credits with Sarah Michelle Gellar, Nicholas Brendan, Allison Hannigan, Charisma Carpenter, David Boreanaz, Seth Green, James Marsders, Mark Lucas. He wasn't a regular cast member. He was like Buffy's boyfriend in one damn season. Emma and a lot quiet as kept a lot of fans didn't really like Mark Lucas. I mean, he was good to look at, but we didn't like his character on the show. That was when she went to college and he was in that military soldier thing with Adam. Remember that season? Anyway, Emma Caulfield, Michelle Trachtenberg, and many more. Now, Sarah Michelle Gellar shared on Instagram several photos with the following question. She said, "Tell Giles I figured it out and I'm okay." Well, I don't have it figured out and I'm not okay, but I know I'm the lucky one because I knew you. Thank you to Daisy and Emily, who not only shared their dad with me, but with the world. David Boreanaz, who played Angel in the series, took the Instagram stories to pay tribute to the late actor and said, RIP, he was so kind and generous of a soul. James Marsders, who played Spike on the series, posted on Instagram, "There's a hole in the world. Anthony Head had passed on from us. He was an unflaggingly kind and steady presence on the set of Buffy, and the best actor in the cast. He was the best of us. I was lucky to have known and learned from him. He left the world a better place for his presence. Thank you, Tony, for all you gave." Elijah Dushku, retired as an actress, but she played Faith. She wrote, "Tony H for every scene and time shared. Give thanks, rest in love, and peace, kind sir, a dear one." So we got a couple more. Charisma Carpenter basically said, Tony brought life to a character who, for so many, was the father figure they needed but didn't have at home. Fans far and wide were surely grieving, and for that, I am deeply sorry. Emma Caulfield, who played Anya on the series, shared a photo with the late actor and captioned, "This was taken on the London Underground in 2011. I went to visit my friend Tony on the set of The Iron Lady. We had lunch, hit up a record store, had dinner and drinks, and laughed until our sides hurt. It was a perfect day. There were many of these moments with this amazing human who I was lucky enough to call my friend for 27 years. He was kind and wise and a guide in troubled times. You were so loved, impossible to caption. You are so missed. Rest in peace with your beautiful Sarah Emma. Now, they said that he died at the age of 72 following complications due to pneumonia. The actor's family confirmed in a statement to BBC News, saying he passed away peacefully from of complications due to pneumonia, surrounded by his family. His daughters Emily and Daisy told the outlet, "It has been and forever will be an honor and a privilege to be his daughters, to have witnessed firsthand the impact both he and his work have had on so many." The Buffyverse experienced a loss earlier this year when, oh yeah, I forgot, Nicholas Brennan passed. So that's three people that passed away from the show. Nicholas Brennan died at age 54. Brennan played Xander Harris during the show's entire run. In 2025, Michelle Trachtenberg, who played Buffy's sister Dawn Summers, died at the age of 39. So we lost three cast members from Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and yeah, they started up this mess about a Buffy curse. I don't believe in that superstitious mess because, they started that with Poltergeist, they started with some of the other movies. When you start to see a laundry list of people that start on a series or a movie or whatever the case is, and they pass away, they start with all of that stuff. But if you want to, hold on, let me show y'all the slide. Let's jump down on the slide. Honey. I was like, hold on, because I'm gonna pull it up and show y'all the different cast situations. We can do that here. So yeah, there's one from James Marsders who says, "There's a hole in the world. Anthony Head has passed on from us. He was an unflaggingly kind and steady presence on the set of Buffy, the best actor in the cast." Read that one already. So then we have this one from Sarah Michelle Gellar that I read to you guys earlier. And I believe those are his daughters in the back behind him alongside Seth Green. Then we have David Boreanaz, where he said, because it's so small, I couldn't even read who name that was. RIP, he was a kind and generous of a soul. Then there's Allison Hannigan's. So, oh, Tony. I think she's one of they like that on purpose. "I'm so grateful to have had you in my life. I want to say a million wonderful things about you, and yet I can't seem to find the words that would do you justice." Then we have James Marsders. We have Charisma Carpenter. She wrote a long one. Then we got Emma Caulfield, which we read hers already. And this is when she did, I'm talking about the photo that she took with him when he was doing the Iron Lady and how they had lunch. And then we have Eliza Dushku's, Tony H for every scene and time shared, giving thanks. And we got, um, I was gonna say, who's Redmond knows? Oh, that's the girl, the actress that played Tara. And then we got Julie Benz, who, played Darla, said, "I didn't know him well, but every interaction I had with him was met with kindness, generosity, and a great sense of humor. A truly lovely human, sending love to his family, friends, and everyone who knew him." So there's all the tributes from the cast of Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Hold on, I think I was about to close out my damn show. So yeah, there you have it. That's the team, as they say over there on Drag Race. But yeah, sad to hear that we lost yet another icon from the show. I was a big fan of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, as y'all know. And yeah, unfortunately, Anthony Head will be sorely missed. I've heard people say that, well, now he's not going to be part of the reboot. Who knows what's going on with the reboot at this point? Remember, the pilot was filmed. They didn't like what was happening because of the Zuckermans. The Zuckerman sisters had wrote it and did all that other mess, and they moved on. They were writing the script to Scream 8. I don't recall if they're directing it, but they're writing the script to Scream 8 right now. I heard it's done. I'm like, y'all better make sure, because after that third act from that last movie, y'all better make sure y'all got a real good third act going. So we don't know what's going on with the Buffy reboot or sequel, whatever the hell they're calling it. So but I also think it's time to move on with new characters and all this other stuff. It would have been great to see him do a cameo, but it's time to take Buffy in a different direction, in my opinion. And we still have the old show, so we want to go back and wax nostalgic about what was prior. We can do it that way. So yeah, I definitely want to hear from y'all. Whatever your thoughts on this matter, let me know in the comments down below. Okay, so let me see. I gotta open up y'all comments because I always forget to do that. Okay. You definitely had to hide the book of sugar from her. Movie news is always first. Of course it is. What you thought it was that I was going to change the to vary from the script? We get the movie stuff out first, then we do the music, then we get to the gossip, then we get to the homosexual stuff, and then we wrap the show. There is a formula that goes with the Chris Avalon Unfiltered show. I hate to Ethan Zionist Klein repeat it, especially considering he's losing the denims. There was a denim lawsuit. Yeah, I wasn't expecting Benedict Cumberbatch either, but I did hear that. Well, I found out that Benedict Cumberbatch was in it because, of course, people were revealing who the cameos were online and stuff, and the all the press people that went, they started revealing some of the stuff. So yeah, it was unexpected, but he was up in there dancing in that bathroom. But anyway, okay, let's get back into some more hot topics. And let's talk about the box office. So I guess congratulations on a scary movie. Even though I heard scary movie was not good, I know the critics wasn't liking it, but it's not about what the critics think because the critics always expect logic to be in comedy, especially toilet humor that comes with a scary movie type of film. So scary movie, of course, killed it at the box office, pun intended. While Masters in the Universe pretty much flopped at this point, but is anybody surprised? Like we kind of knew that Masters in the Universe wasn't going to do pretty well, and I heard that um the demographic, like the younger generation, a lot of it like it was real low in regards of like Gen Z that went. And I'm like, yeah, because they can't relate to a Masters in the Universe movie. The people that are gonna go see Masters in the Universe, it's elder millennials, Gen X, and maybe some older people, but it skewers older. It's a franchise that in my opinion, y'all made a sequel 30 plus years too late. And I do feel like around this time, yes, it's great for the whole nostalgia aspect of it. But besides the older audience who, quiet as it's kept, aren't really going to the movies like they used to, the younger generation can't really relate to a Masters in the Universe film. So, scary movie. But what they said that it 40 million stateside and 70 million, overseas. So they said it's a horror trifecta. Paramount scary movie ruled at the box office with 55 million in its opening weekend, extending an unexpected streak of scary movies in the height of summer movie season, which is weird because people don't really expect horror films to do really well in the summer. But weirdly enough, horror movies have been doing gangbusters in the summer. Maybe it's because we're living in a horror movie, a real life horror movie with the orange, funky, fat fuck that's running this country into the damn ground. So, since they're dealing with that, people, I guess, this is the time when horror movies thrive when the government is in disarray. I've noticed that's it's like when horror movies thrive around that time, and then music is always like in this hopeful, euphoric, uplifting type of vibe. Hence why this is the perfect time for Madonna to release Confessions too, because this is the era of like music. You want to listen to music that's going to uplift you. You don't want to listen to anything that's going to like make you depressed or whatever the case is. So people want to feel a beacon of hope and stuff. So it works with the music, but the movies you could do the horror stuff and people, I guess, want to feel scared. So yeah, so it says the R-rated parody was joined at the top of North American charts by Backrooms and Obsession, two horror films that captured lightning in a bottle for Gen Z crowds, buoyed by positive word of mouth, as well as power of nostalgia and horror. Scary Movie landed above expectations and cemented a record opening for the franchise. The sixth installment of the 25-year-old series overtook the benchmark held by 2006's Scary Movie 4 with 49.7 million, not adjusted for inflation. The film also secured the largest global start for the series with 105.5 million from 53 markets. Miramax financed Scary Movie for 30 million, so the horror comedy is poised to reap financial rewards. Saying, quote, "This is an outstanding opening for a comedy sequel this far into its series," said David A. Cross, who publishes the box office newsletter Franchise Re. I don't know what that means, but okay. So it says it's also a huge bounce back after the last installment in 2013 crashed when Anna Faris and Regina Hall were excluded. Now, Scary Movie easily secured the number one spot over the weekend with other major new release, Amazon MGM Sword and Planet Adventure Master of the Universe, which debuted at number two with a soft 29.3 million in North America. The film also earned just 25 million from 86 overseas markets for a global start of 54 million. It's an underwhelming start for a movie that cost nearly 200 million to produce, not including the marketing budget. It required substantial staying power to justify its price tag, considering that theater owners get to keep roughly 50% of ticket sales. Well, no shade, but I don't see that happening um in regards of that it's going to have substantial staying power based on the couple of weeks we got more movies and stuff coming out. So they said this is a sole opening for an action adventure with franchise and series potential, noting adding that right now the only fantasy hero doing strong business are the biggest and most established superheroes like Spider-Man, Deadpool, Wolverine, and Superman. And then speaking of which, we got Supergirl coming out, and I hear that movie's not tracking well either. And to be honest, I feel like that Supergirl marketed itself the same way that Master of the Universe did, which was people don't know what the tone of this movie is. People don't know what the movie's about unless you read Woman of Tomorrow, whatever the hell that book is called. Graphic novel. Unless you are a hardcore fan of that graphic novel, a lot of people outside of that don't know what the plot of that is. What's the tone? Like they don't get it. And so far, I feel like James Gunn's tone of this whole DCU, no shade, is not sitting well with me. I have not been liking how he's been marketing this whole DCU situation. I didn't particularly care for his last Superman. I thought it was a little too silly the way they were focusing the tone of that film. This movie, I feel like the third trailer got me slightly wanting to see this movie, but I'm still not excited to see this new Supergirl movie. I'll go see it, but I'm not, oh my God, I have to go see this film. And I love seeing female action movies or whatever, or superheroes, whatever the case is. This has nothing to do with the fact that I don't like watching women kick ass on the screen. I just feel like y'all are not, whoever's marketing these films aren't as confident in their film as they should be. Same thing I felt with Master of the Universe. I don't think that they were as confident in promoting this movie as they tried to do in the beginning. It took their final trailer for them to really give us the a sense of what this movie was. And when I went to go see the film, good time with it. I don't think all the jokes landed. I thought a lot of it was borderline too much on the silly. I felt like they could have pulled back at parts. I definitely love the tone and the vibe. It gave me very much like Guardians of the Galaxy, Flash Gordon vibes. I love the score. Shout out to Brian May from Queen who contributed to the score. So it kind of had like that energy to it, which is it was giving like a little bit of Star Wars, a little bit of Flash Gordon, a little Guardians of the Galaxy. It had that whole tone and vibe to it. I thought Nicholas Galitzine, which I don't think enough people are talking about him, I thought he did a fine job as playing He-Man. And I liked the idea of how he came up with Trapjaw and Fisto and giving him his own name, He-Man. Like the way they went about that, I thought was kind of clever and playing into the overall ridiculousness of what He-Man is. I like that whole idea that they did. I'm gonna have to. Jared Leto as Skeletor. I thought he was great. I didn't have no issues with him. I loved the accent. There's a little homoerotic undertones to his character that he was playing, and some of the thing where he said like the big dangling meat. Sword and all that like that in between your thighs, whatever he said. That scene, I was like, okay, it's a little gay, and I was living for it because He-Man's kind of we're not gonna sit up and try to act like that He-Man doesn't have like there was no homoeroticism equated with that cartoon. So I enjoyed it. I thought Skeletor was good. I liked Idris Elba as Man at Arms. I thought everybody was fine. The only one I'm not gonna hold you. Hated Alison Brie as Evil Lynn. I don't know why y'all cast her. She's a good actress. I just did not think that she was a good Evil Lynn. Especially, this is a crazy comparison, but I love Meg Foster as Evil Lynn in the original Masters of the Universe. And I did like the Dolph Lundgren cameo, Good Journey. I love the cameo that they had with him in there. But in some of they did play up the original movie, a lot of the Mattel stuff, the cartoon, the post credit scenes. If y'all don't want to hear what's in the post credit, bleep, go away, mute, whatever. I did like how they brought up. We got to see Orko at the end, where they pretty much played it up like how the cartoon ends, where you always saw Orko at the end. It was like until next time, and that whole thing. So I like that vibe. Also, like the Shira mid credit scene. And then at the end, where you see like with Evelyn grabbing Skeletor's skull because of what happens and how He-Man takes him out at the end, leaving it open for a possible sequel, which at this point I don't think is going to happen. But I did see that one of those YouTube channels that is called Marvelous Movies or something or another, they're hinting at this. They're saying that there's another He-Man movie coming. With the way this movie's doing at the box office, I don't see it happening. I mean, don't get me wrong, I would love to see them try to continue to keep this a franchise. And I didn't mind that Nicholas Galitzine wasn't like some overly muscular type of guy in the cartoon. Like in the cartoon, first of all, it's animated. You can make a character as muscular as you need it to be. But in real life, to try to maintain that type of figure, that's crazy. His body was fine the way it was. The muscles were muscling. He looked great. And I don't think he needs to kind of like go through HGH or whatever it is, the crazy hormones and or things that they be using. A lot of you actors be using so you can get them quick muscles or whatever the case is. So I liked the movie overall. Could it have been better? Yes, but I saw the potential in what the movie should be. And then I was like, why did this movie cost so much money? But of course, you had to do that sequence of them on Earth with the monster and having to rescue Adam and bring him back because the sword was calling and stuff. I was like, that's probably where a lot of that budget went. But showing it like where they had like the big sound stages and stuff, I don't think that that's what made it expensive, or maybe it did. But yeah, when you have to do those on Earth scenes with you flipping cars and doing all kinds of crazy stunts with that, I'm sure that's probably where a lot of that money went to some of the sequences. Oh, before I forget, the action sequences, the fight choreography, all that stuff, top notch, in my opinion. This might be a stretch, but I don't give a good goddamn. I thought the action sequences were way better than what we got in Mortal Kombat 2. Because the fight sequences are really cool, especially when we saw with Nicholas Galitzine and the sword and him coming into the He-Man thing, and it was like, "Am I going to get my clothes back?" Or do I have to get... So playing into all the questions that we all ask, I had a relatively good time with it. Unfortunately, the movie didn't do well, but we shouldn't be surprised. Now, before I get into the rest of this story, this got me wondering. So what is going to happen with Voltron? Because we have a Voltron movie that was filmed with Henry Cavill. I think Amazon is behind that too. So with this doing what it's done, does that mean that the Voltron movie, which we haven't even heard among the sun, because Henry Cavill, I believe, right now is still filming Highlander with Chad Stahelski somewhere in the world. What's going to happen with that movie? Are y'all going to dump that on Amazon Prime Video? Because if people outside, if Gen X and up are the only ones, or maybe elder millennials, whatever, are the only ones that are going to go support these films and not Gen Z. And you already saw how well He-Man did at the box office. What's going to happen with Voltron? Are people going to care enough to want to go see it? Especially because we've had other movies in the past. We already had Transformers. That came out 20 some odd years ago, so they came out around the right time. And then we've already had kaiju type films and things that have already come out in theaters. Will people care enough to want to go to movies and see Voltron? I remember I had a friend on social media, "Oh, we need a Thundercats and a Voltron movie." I'm like, "Sir, where have you been?" First of all, they already filmed a Voltron movie. Don't know when it's coming out, but that's already in the can. But Thundercats, no shade. As much as I love Thundercats and I grew up on that show too, Lion-O, Shitara, and all of them, I don't see them even going there with that movie. They should have made a damn Thundercats movie 20 years ago. But this is yet again, y'all waiting too late to bring old 80s IPs to the forefront, because we in 2026. I was going to say 2026 to cut it short. We're in 2026. No shade, but nobody cares. Y'all waited too damn late. But I will say this. I'm glad that we got a He-Man movie. Whether it does well or not, I'm glad we got a movie that's slightly better than the original one that came out in the 80s. I'm also glad that in this film we got to spend more time on Eternia than Earth, because I hated when we did the Earth, and maybe it was because it was Canon Films that produced it. They was on a budget, so I understand why they had to keep it on Earth. But at least in this one, yeah, they had to spend a lot of money. And Amazon can eat the fees. No, that commercial. Who's gonna eat the fees? Amazon can eat the fees. They make enough goddamn money. So if they lose out, and look, if y'all ain't mad over losing out on that tired ass Melania movie nobody asked for, that you can't be all upset that y'all lost out on Massive Universe. They'll probably just make a sequel. And if they want to make a sequel and we get to see She-Ra and Orko and the rest of them up in the next one, then I'm here for it. Just throw away the money, just so that way us nostalgia fans can get ourselves a He-Man movie. Now they say in a statement, Amazon MGM's domestic distribution chief, Kevin Wilson, repeated a similar sentiment about using a different barometer for success than rivals, saying director Travis Knight and the entire cast of filmmaking team have delivered something truly special, and this opening is exactly the kind of critical first moment that validates our holistic distribution strategy, building awareness and engagement that will carry well beyond the theatrical window. And speaking of which, let's get into Backrooms. So it landed in third as ticket sales declined 70% in its second weekend since the film has such a huge opening. Even a steep drop amounted to a stellar 25.9 million from 3,565 venues, with 135 million in North America and 212.6 million globally to date. Backrooms now ranks as A24's highest grossing worldwide release over Marty Supreme with 191 million. And look, at the end of the day, it's not going to affect them. The movie already did well. It's made a lot of money. It was on a shoestring budget that they made it on. So it's made more than it needed. So if it drops off, oh look, at least, quiet as it's kept, at least it made more money than that Mandalorian and Grogu movie that nobody asked to put in a damn theater, but yet and still Disney decided to put it in one. Obsession came in fourth place with 25.6 million in its fourth weekend of release, a mere 7% decline. The horror sensation, a frenetic thriller about the dangers of anti-fixation, have been doing unprecedented business, with ticket sales increasing in its second and third weekends. Now the low-budget Obsession has generated 152.1 million in North America and will pass the 200 million mark globally this weekend. Yeah, because, oh, and then speaking of which, maybe we should get into that. So, according to the report, it says Obsession beats Focus' previous big global earner, 2019's Downton Abbey, with 194.6 million worldwide, as well as all the other picks that might have asterisks next to them, i.e., London Has Fallen. I like those franchises with Mike Mann. Shout out to what's his name? The Scottish actor. I like the London Has Fallen, Olympus Has Fallen. Like I like those movies. But anyway, so Gerard Butler, that was his name. 202 million worldwide, but Focus only had domestic, which made 62.5 million. The rest were foreign sales handed by Lionsgate, as well as USA Films' Oscar-winning Traffic, 207.5 million worldwide. Through though the Focus Library, it's a title from previous administration and previous Universal Classic label, so doesn't count. Also, Graham King handled international via foreign sales, blah, 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 so on and so forth. So Obsession was launched like you do a genre pick screening at cult festivals like South by Southwest with cute stunts like the post-it lovey tags from the pig's girlfriend, Nikki, played by Indy Navarrete. But at the end of the day, the movie is selling itself on its own. It's the best form of marketing. Couples are heading to this from ages of Gen Alpha through their 50s. Gen Alpha, that damn young? Well, you know what? I'll have to say this. I do wonder if the reason why couples are going to this film is because this movie is saying something to them that they can't necessarily say to their significant other, or they tried to talk to their significant other, but the motherfucker don't listen. Whether it's the boyfriend, the girlfriend, or the boyfriend, the girlfriend, the girlfriend. Y'all go to the movie, see the film, and like, see, this is what I've been trying to tell you about the whole relationship situation. You don't want to listen, so I'm gonna let the movie tell you, so you could just, because sometimes it take a movie for some of y'all to actually listen or pay attention to stuff because y'all don't want to be hearing it. So I do wonder if that is the case. So they also said the feature directorial debut of YouTube genre creator Curry Barker was made for $750,000 and snapped up by Focus Features out of TIFF Midnight and they said, as we first told you, for $15 million. And so I guess shout out to Deadline for this story, by the way. And they also said that Obsession isn't the only movie breaking records this week. At A24's Backrooms became their highest grossing movie worldwide, while Lionsgate's Michael with foreign. Oh, speaking of which, Michael comes out on home video tomorrow. So if you want to rent it or buy it, you can. Well, Michael, what they said was foreign handled by Uni. I think that's Universal. Is that studio's highest grossing title ever with $888 million. So just so y'all know, UK and Ireland it grossed 2.6 million to reach 13.8 million above Get Out at the same point. It also achieved outstanding uplift this weekend, by far the best hold of the top titles. India is a wow with a second frame of 2.1 million and a 4.4 million cum, making it the eighth highest MPA horror pick in the marketing and besting lifetime cums there if of Annabelle Comes Home, It, and The Conjuring. Australia, a non-uni market, added a great 2.1 million this weekend, reaching 8.7 million cum, having already surpassed the total lifetimes of Weapons, Nosferatu, and Scream 7, and performing above all comps at the same point. Obsession ranked number 2 in the market, only behind opener Scary Movie. France, another non-uni market, added 1.5 million, reaching 6.3 billion cum, having now surpassed the total lifetimes of The Substance and Nosferatu. In Mexico, the Barker movie added 1.3 million this weekend to reach 5.3 million cum above Long Legs. I hated that movie. And Sinners at the same point. Obsession ranked number 5 in the market, seeing as far as the best hold in the market. UAE did 1 million in weekend 3 for a 3.5 million cum ahead of Weapons and overtaking Sinners, The Black Phone, and Long Legs. It's the number 4 biggest MPA horror pick there, and the weekend's number 1 pick in the marketing, outgrossing the next biggest title by 2 times. So shout out to y'all. It looked like Obsession. People are obsessed with Obsession. So the movie's doing what it's doing. And you know what? Good for y'all. I'm glad to see that you're doing what you're doing so well and that people are, this movie is resonating with a lot of people. So yeah, I definitely want to hear from y'all. Jesus, it's like there's a little gnat up in here. I'm gonna try to get it. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story about the world being obsessed with Obsession and it's doing gangbusters at the box office? It's making a lot of money. I did hear a story that upset the people who were behind Obsession because it's making so much money. They want a cut of. Let me see. I don't know if I can look that. I've heard that they want a cut of the money. I'm trying to remember where I saw that story at because um um so yeah, there was a story. I think it was on Reddit. They said Obsession art director calls for industry reform after getting paid less than 7 grand as film nears 175 million. So I need to do a little more research on that story, and we'll probably talk about it as it progresses. Because I was like, I did see it on another thing and someone else's headline that they were going to be doing a story on. So I'm like, I'm gonna look into that. But um, I don't know. I would think that if you were paid a certain fee for a small little independent film, wouldn't it be about negotiating that in your contract that if this movie does well or whatever, that we should be able to get a certain percentage of the film's gross or whatever the case is? I don't know. It's not in this business, it's not always about what you deserve, it's what you negotiate is the same. So if you didn't negotiate in your contract, maybe you could do that the next time. So that way you have that on your resume that I worked on Obsession. So now any other movies going forward, if this movie does well and it does a certain amount, I should be able to get a certain percentage. Because already know this, the theaters get 50% of the ticket gross, and then everybody else gets their piece of the pie and all the other mess. So work it out amongst yourselves. So yeah, I definitely want to hear from y'all regarding this film. Have you seen the film? What do you think of it? Are you shocked that this movie is doing as well as it's doing at the box office? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. All right, all right, all right, all right. Laser pussies. Yeah, we talked about that already. When will people realize they don't like doing homework to understand the film? Favorite song from Confessions to Film. Um, well, I think we discussed that earlier. Well, I do like Read My Lips. Um, Good for the Soul. I'm looking forward to hearing that song in full. Of course, Danceteria. Really looking forward to hearing that song. Um, so yeah. Um, so far I like a lot of the songs. I need to hear more of it, but we'll get to my overall thoughts in regards of that when we get around to that topic. Well, they talking about it went straight to streaming. Well, we haven't heard anything. We haven't seen it. We haven't seen any promotion. It hasn't come out yet, so we'll check. Your enemy and the only person you hate outside your brother is in Get Out, NY Gay God magazine saying whatever. Not you bringing that fat bitch up. And you said saying Dandridge is going to host the official Madonna release party for release day. I said, I know. Not you saying my enemy. Not you spilling tea, honey. Um, okay, well, if you want to host a official Madonna release party, he can do that. I won't be going. Because I don't support bitches I don't like. And another thing, Tristan out there in LA, you need to stop stealing ideas from my friend Daniel Dardicio because your ass tried it. You know, the one that bought the Abbey. So now he also has a venue. If y'all saw the TS Madison, he also has a venue outside in Fire Island, trying to do a whole underwear party or whatever, and pretty much just copied the same type of idea that my friend Daniel Nardicio, he's been doing. First of all, he's been doing underwear parties for over 20 years. And now y'all trying to copy and do the same bullshit. And he called them out on it. And I was in the comments instigating. As y'all know I normally do. May still revisit the whole idea because I know Daniel wants me to he wanted me to do a podcast over at Red Eye or whatever. If that presents itself again, um I may actually look into that. Also, I should ask y'all this. So a friend of mine hit me up and was saying, what would y'all be interested in me getting, even though I would probably do it anyway, Honey Davenport on the show and we'll talk about her winning the whole Mr. Leather, international leather situation. And we could talk about drag race. We talk about the whole racism behind people coming for his win out in Palm Springs and all that mess. So that will probably be in the works. So yeah, I was like, I don't like doing interviews for the show, but I am considering like, you know what, for certain ones, I will probably do interviews to spruce up the show. Wait, did I read this one? You said some gays that hate him have good reasons too. Please allow Bradley Stern to host another release party for a few of my friends, especially in Brooklyn. New York is big enough to have 5 official release. Wait, what is going on? Because I'm like, is there some tea that I'm not hearing? Because you're talking about some gays that hate him. Well, child, get in line. There's always a reason if I don't like a bitch. And once upon a time, back in the day when Robin did Body Talk, that era, we had a podcast, we had all that stuff. So there's some history there. And you said Amazon MGM just announced another live action adaptation of why? Oh yeah, I saw that earlier. I'm like, why? First of all, the last one flopped. Nobody cared. Gemini Holograms, I'm convinced Amazon MGM isn't getting the memo. Gen X is staying home now. Well, look, if they want to throw away money, let them. They want to waste their own coins. It took me a while to get used to seeing He-Man as not a twunk, not a hunk. Um, but the movie was nostalgically enjoyable. I'm sure it'll find it. Yeah, as well. I think that's what a lot of people are expecting. It will definitely do better on Black Love is in the building. Very surprised, but I love it that it's breaking records. Read My Lips is everything Medellin wanted to be. Sign a Madonna fan. Well, yeah, because, and here's the thing. I don't know why she didn't have Fade up in the video. Somebody called him, Stefan from the Madonna Louise Veronica Choni feed. I was like, who the fuck is Feed? It's Fade. First of all, the first time I ever seen Fade live was I worked his show a couple of years ago. He did a show at the Garden. Yes, it was sold out. The color, if you ever go to a Fade concert, you got to wear green because he loves green. His fans wear green. He had like a big giant, it looked like a maze, like a big stage. First of all, it was like open floor. But he had like this giant, it looked like a giant maze that he was just running through the entire night doing his show. So his stage set was cool. Kind of reminded me of Billie Eilish, but it had like I said, it had like these levels and floors and stuff in the maze that he was kind of like going through. It's like a mouse in a little maze or whatever. So it looked pretty cool. And he put on one hell of a show. So I'm surprised it took her this long. Quiet as it's kept. I would have preferred her to work with Fade over Maluma. Lame ass any day. Yeah, Maluma cute, but them songs ain't it. Although I do like his collab with Yandel on his new album. I will say that. Um, but yeah, Read My Lips is a better song because it's like she incorporated like the reggaeton sounds with house music, which if you've been listening to reggaeton, it's kind of evolved beyond the signature reggaeton sound. Like if you listen to certain artists, they do combine like house music and reggaeton and all that stuff. Raul Alejandro's been doing it. Um, Yondel's been doing it. Bad Bunny's been doing it. Like, there's a lot of reggaeton artists that have been incorporating dance music in that sound. And so, I guess working with Tiny, which Madonna did for this new album, that was one of the songs that came from it. Hardly anyone talks about Honey Davenport, and I miss your interviews. I was rewatching the Shangela one last month. I even watched a bit of your interview with Lanier. Sometimes I be thinking like, I'm not good with the interviews because it's a lot of work. I got to sit and do research and I got to come up with questions and so but yes. He's doing it at Bryant Park. I was going to get into that. So yeah, he announced one at Bryant Park, which is not the same, but it's something. And Bryant Park is relatively nice. First of all, my old college was across the street, Catherine Gibbs, where I went for film school. I went to Catherine Gibbs. I went to NYU. I went to I went to multiple colleges for film. Also, damn, what was the other one that I went to? Um, it was the same school that, damn, I can't remember it, but it's not that important. But I did go to NYU. Also went to, yeah, I went to Catherine Gibbs and did like digital film and all other stuff. So yeah, and Bryant Park is literally across the street. So, and Bryant Park is cute. They renovated it and everything. So that'd be a cool place for them to have it. I understand it's not the same as having it at the Garden because people want to be close to the Garden, even if the tickets are expensive, which they are. Like the highest ticket is 100 grand, cheapest ticket is $8,000, which is ridiculous. Excuse me, ridiculous. But and I know with the watch parties because they literally have it on Seventh Avenue right next to the Garden, so it's all barricaded and everything. People go in, they watch it, and it's sad that the fans can be in close proximity because of you know who. In the words of Whoopi Goldberg, if you like good reggaeton with that Y2K house sound, you should check out Isabella Love's story. I will definitely check her out. Thoughts on the Charlie X? Um, that is a segment on the show, so I will give that. I will get to that. We'll save that for when we get to that topic. So look at the headline, look at the topics that is in there. So I'm like, is she safe for Blue Dot? Neo Perreo music is that subgenre of reggaeton music Arca and Isabella Love Story make. Funny enough, I bet you if I put on Isabella Love Story, I'm probably because the name is not registered. And a lot of times I listen to music, but I won't remember the artist or whatever. First of all, I will say this, and when I get to it, we're gonna talk about it. I love who Charlie has as the opening act because I was listening to you 2 days ago. The album is everything. Underscores. That's what she got as the opening act. So you said remind me to ask you about Ariana's tour. Oh yeah, I definitely have thoughts on that because I saw people was hating on this tour. Huh, okay, well, yeah, let's get through these other topics so we can get to all the good juicy stuff. But we're gonna talk about the NBA finals and all other stuff in a second. But let's get into this topic. Let's talk about the Tonys. So the Tonys happened yesterday. Shout out to Pink. I actually think Pink is did a phenomenal job. I actually think I would look after seeing her perform, like her doing the teleprompter stuff. She was a little like it was like girl reading off teleprompter. It gave very that, but her doing theater. First of all, I think her daughter Willow would hate her because she's a musical theater kid and she wants to get into that world. And it's like you can do it if you want. But if your mother want to jump up and then ever do Chicago, because she did Chicago, a performance of that. First of all, shout out to Alex Newell. You know, I met them two, what was it, season 16? No, 17 of Drag Race. Met them, lovely person. We had a little kiki moment. Seeing them play Matron Mama Morton, I don't know if this is actually happening on Broadway or that was just a segment they just put together. But Alex Newell as Mama Morton, that needs to happen. If Chicago ever, or I don't know if it's been revived or whatever the case is, because I don't be paying attention to theater like that. Remember what shows is there, what shows isn't, because y'all pull them in and out so damn much. It's like giving the whole sexual pull-out method. Like, I can't keep up. So Alex Newell was fabulous. I did love Queen Latifah introducing, because you know Queen Latifah played Matron Mama Morton in the movie. Then Pink getting up there doing all that jazz and everything, vocals on point. She definitely was handling the choreography. I was living. So there was a lot of great performances. Oh, and shout out to Luke Evans and his penis. Because the bulge was bulging during that performance of Sweet Transvestite. And I was look, I forgot almost I did I was my eyes kept looking on the waist down because there was a lot of meat between them and down there. So I will say this, Luke, your man is very lucky that he get to handle that whenever y'all in the mood. So I guess we can give a huge shout out to wait, let me see. Oh, that was something else. Okay, I guess we can give a huge shout out to Death of a Salesman, a reimagining of Arthur Miller's critique of the American Dream, starring Nathan Lane and Laurie Metcalf. Triumphed at the 79th annual Tonys with 6 awards. Shout out to Laurie Metcalf because she actually won more than any other show. Death of a Salesman won for Best Revival of a Play as well as Best Featured Actress. For Metcalf, Best Direction by Joe Mantello. Joe Mantello also won. Its recognition is significant as the first Tony Award for controversial producer Scott Rudin, since he retreated from Broadway in 2021 following numerous allegations of bullying and abusive behavior with employees. Well, maybe that all that time gone, he learned his damn lesson. Rudin's reputation clearly didn't hobble the production, though he went unmentioned throughout the night. But I believe he won. So they said we all wouldn't be standing here without the genius of Joe Mantello, who created this revelatory production. This is what Lane said while accepting the prize for revival of a play. Most importantly, the genius of Arthur Miller, who created this monumental masterpiece, which is still sadly as relevant as it was in 1949 and still continues to teach us who we are as humans and Americans. Now, Death of a Salesman was the evening's big winner, but Tony voters managed to spread the wealth throughout the evening. No single show dominated as a lauded ragtime revival. Schmigadoon and the Lost Boys each scored 4 awards with shout out to Cats to Jellicle Ball. I need to see this because they had 3 homosexuals up there introducing it. Lena Waithe, who was the other one? Laura Roach, and it was another queen. I can't remember off the top of my head, but it was 3 of them. Now they said, so yeah, Jellicle Ball got 3 trophies. Sunday telecast capped off with an unusual season for Broadway, which was the highest grossing in history with 1.9 billion, even though only included 6 new musicals open in the Great White Way. So yeah, Broadway is definitely booming right now. It's been a great time to be a fan of the tone of like I was gonna say of the Tonys, but the musical and the Tonys was well put together last night. Because I definitely love when Pink came out and they did Lady Marmalade with a bunch of them. And Deborah Cox was singing along with her and a bunch of other musical people. But vocally, I was like, this is the reason. There's a reason why they are pop stars, and then there are Broadway acts. Because when y'all be trying to deliver the vocals on those pop type songs, it don't be giving. And some of you girls was a little off with the vocals. So I wasn't really feeling that performance that much. And then Megan Thee Stallion came out and did like a little rap. And I did have to laugh when she came out and was like, learned so much from being in the Tonys or whatever. And that the weekend starts on a Monday because, you know, Monday is the only day that's off. I said also, one of the lessons you should have learned was you don't quit a damn show 2 weeks left in you and you performing it because your man cheated on your ass and it all came out in the wash. So it was like, no, what you should have learned is regardless of what happens in your personal life, the show must go on. That's what you should have learned. But she ain't bring that up. She looked fabulous though. But I'm still peeved over the fact that you quit Moulin Rouge with 2 weeks left in your performance. And another thing, they brought out big nose ass Leah Michelle who fucked that bitch and Chess because um JoJo was in rehearsals about to take over that part, and y'all decided to just cancel the damn thing altogether. Like, where y'all do that at? So, other than that, I enjoyed the thing. Daniel Radcliffe looking cute as ever. Child, I be wishing that Daniel Chris was a homosexual. That is one fine ass boy or man. And looking at him, I was just like, oh, I've always had a little crush on him, even though he's straight, but whatever. So anyway, and then that little stunt that they were doing where we had the rope wrapped around him, he was gonna climb down, and she was like, well, Pink was like, if you don't do it, then I'm gonna have Daniel Radcliffe do it. So that was a cute little moment and all this stuff. So it was a fun night. Now it also says that those Schmigadoon prevailed in the top category over the Lost Boys, the punk rock vampire infused adaptation of the 1987 cult horror film. Was a big winner with recognition in the categories of best featured actress for Shoshana Bean, featured actor for Ali Lewis Borzoi, I think is how you say his name, scenic design and lighting design. Now, those wins meant that other new musicals, the off-Broadway transferred Titanic, and shout out to Melissa Barrera because she did perform. I don't like that actress they got to do Celine Dion because, girl, your vocals was all over the place. And it's like, I don't know if you were doing a mockery of Celine or you were just trying to do your own thing. But when you were jumping there trying to do like how Celine was singing the song, and I know Titanic is supposed to be like a little, I guess, funny parody version of Titanic. But the chick that they picked, I'm like, girl, y'all should just pick Anna Gasteyer if y'all wanted to do some Celine Dion impersonation because it wasn't given. I didn't particularly care for the actress, but that's what they chose. That's what y'all going with. So yeah. So the off-Broadway transit Titanic and West End export Two Strangers Carry a Cake Across New York went home empty-handed. Not surprised because Titanic, based off of what I saw, it wasn't giving. But they were in good company. Popular tickets such as Every Brilliant Thing, a one-man show starring Daniel Radcliffe, and The Rocky Horror Show, a new take on Richard O'Brien's cult favorite, also left without any hardware. Well, hopefully next year, if they decide to put it up, y'all could just give a Tony to Luke Evans' penis because that was clearly the star of the film or the star of the play. Now, to kick off Broadway's biggest night, John Lithgow was named the lead actor in a play for Giant, a blistering look at controversial children's book author. Sorry, now I'm starting to sound British. British children's book author. Roald Dahl. Now, in his acceptance speech, I also heard he's the oldest person to win a Tony at, I think he's in his 80s, actually. Now, they said Giant revolves around the 1983 scandal that forces Dahl to choose between risking his reputation or making a public apology after writing a book review that garnered backlash for being anti Semitic. Now, this was his third Tony win following The Changing Room in 73 and The Sweet Smell of Success in 2002, saying, I've had many ecstatic moments in my career, he said from the stage, but this moment has got to be one of the best. Now, Metcalf, as we said earlier, for winning a Tony, also landed the third Tony of her career, this time for featured actress in a play for Death of a Salesman, which she portrays a shrewd and steely Linda Lohman. She's been lauded in the past for Three Tall Women in 2018 and A Doll's House Part 2 in 2017. She thanked the laundry list of names, including Lane, Christopher Abbott, Ben Allers, blah, 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 all these other people. And Leslie Manville won for Oedipus. Alden Ehrenreich, who y'all know played Han Solo in the movie Solo, he won an award last night looking like a young Jack Nicholson. He won and he also was in Weapons. Remember, he was the cop that got stabbed with the needle. So yeah, he won for his Broadway debut, and he's in the play Becky Shaw. So he plays the sharp-tongued money manager. So he won for that. And shout out to the LGBT LMNOP community because a trans woman made history last night. Costume designer Queen Jean became the first openly trans person to win a Tony for Cast Angelica Ball. Queen Jean was a double nominee for Liberation, but lost the costume design in a play prize to Jeff Manzi, who did Fallen Angels. So they said, we are here for the legacy of queer people, trans people. This is what Queen Jean said. We have to take up space. We have to shift the paradigm. Liberation, the story of a feminist reading group in the 70s, was awarded Best Play, and playwright Bess Wall mentioned she was the first American woman in nearly 4 decades to win the prize, the last 37 years ago when Wendy Wasserstein took home the statue for the Heidi Chronicles in 1989. So Um, there was that. And then now let's get to all the other stuff where we want to talk about Miss Alicia Moore, aka Pink. So she said, for some reason, I'm your host. This is what she joked because she'd never been on Broadway. She played to a crowd at Mid Radio City that included nominees such as Radcliffe, Danny Bernstein from Marjorie Prime, and Andre DeShields, Cats the Jellicle Ball, Broadway stars like Leah Michelle, Rachel Ziegler, who vocally sounds fabulous. I can't wait because you know what? I think I want to go get a ticket to see Evita when it comes out next year. So I definitely want to see her in that. Because she's about to play Ava Perón. And Cole Escola, who came in full drag, looking like Sally Jesse Raphael in that red wig, and Hollywood stars like Queen Latifah, Julia Louis-Dreyfus, and Billy Crystal. Pink shook the rafters with an opening number set to Lady Marmalade and continued to liven up the evening with several energetic musical numbers. She was joined by Latifah, Jesse Tyler Ferguson, Alex Newell, and Whitney Levitt for a rousing tribute to Chicago, which is celebrating its 30th anniversary on Broadway. Okay, so it is still on Broadway. Later in the show, Andrew Rannells and Josh Gad, they brought them out to do a medley of the Book of Mormon, which turns 15 this year. Leslie Odom Jr. sang a heartfelt rendition of Without You from Rent during the In Memoriam segment. Jonathan Larson's groundbreaking rock opera also debuted on Broadway 30 years ago, and Rachel Ziegler honored the 50th anniversary of A Chorus Line with a show-stopping performance of What I Did for Love. Now, in between the throwback numbers, Pink noted that this year's current lineup of musicals and plays were reflective of today's state of the world, saying, quote, this year the worst parts of history began repeating itself, and we were given ragtime and liberation. This year, our country grew more divided than ever, and we were given two strangers carrying cake from New York. This year, our trans siblings started to lose even more rights, and we were given Cats the Jellicle Ball. Now, Pink at one point prodded the audience to speak up for free speech, warning that the powers that be are closing in on the First Amendment, and soon you may not be able to say what you believe. Now, in a scripted comedic bit, she encouraged stars to make sure their voices were heard, but nobody was willing to bite. Now, Danielle Brooks suggested that sloths only move that slow to get attention, while Byrne offered that, well, I think they meant to say Rose Byrne, because you ain't mentioned her name, that people should be allowed to text during the movie's slow and boring parts. Well, then, here's the thing. But then when Bobby Cannavale, who is Rose Byrne's husband, you know, he was on Broadway earlier this year in The Revival of Art, a satire about the art world. He basically said, I think I'm scared of how free speech is slowly eroding before our eyes, but I'm encouraged because I think Broadway is actually succeeding at the task of speaking truth to power, and I'm proud to be part of this community. Also, I think Bigfoot is real. So he was the one that gave the more heartfelt thing of concern, but of course he had to throw a joke in, which it would make sense to do that. Now, I will say this. One of the things I did like was one of the young actors, um, Borzgui, I think is how you say his name. I think it was from oh my God, what was the play? The Lost Boys. He was the one that gave the most political acceptance speech tonight, which I love because he called out the billionaires who will never find happiness from their money and the colonizers who will never find fulfillment from the land that and lives they steal. He also called out the genocide of Palestine. So I wish they would have panned to Melissa Barrera and see if she was given a standing ovation because you know how she feel about free Palestine and all that stuff. I wish somebody would have thought enough to be like, where Melissa at? And to kind of show her face in that situation. Because remember, she got fired from Scream because of her political beliefs. But we know in the Broadway world, it's very liberal. You can basically speak out against all those things, and I don't think your career will be affected. He also dedicated his award to the beautiful tapestry of immigrant families who make this country really special and said, may you one day not have to audition for the empathy that would be freely given by this country that benefits from your beauty for the queer and trans communities that have and always will exist no matter what people in power try to take away from them. Now, Cats the Jellicle Ball won for Jalen, I think his name is Jalen Livingston and Bill Rausch's direction, the energetic take on the competition to get into the Heaviside layer is told through the lens of underground ballroom and voguing culture, and the two directors paid tribute to the queer predecessors who inspired these portrayals of fierce felines. So we honor the Black and brown trans women and homosexual men who are ballroom pioneers as well as icons. Ballroom welcomes everyone to the 12-year-old kid who doesn't fit in who may be watching this on the television in their bedroom with the volume turned down low, come find your home at the Jellicle Ball. And the ceremony, I will say, was 3 hours, but for me, it was two because I have Paramount Plus. I watched it today, so all the commercials and everything was taken out. So I had to sit through 3 hours with the ads and all that other foolishness. So they said there was an hour and a half pre-show that aired only on Pluto TV. Schmigadoon producer Lorne Michaels was one of the last to grace the stage. He offered some levity in his parting words, saying, "It's been a long night. I just want to say we're really grateful for this. It means everything. Sometimes singing, dancing, a lot of jokes, and the happy ending is really all you need." So shout out to all this year's winners. It's a good year to be a fan of Broadway. It is a good time to be had on Broadway. If you have the wherewithal and the coin dollars, get your ass out on Broadway and go see yourself a Broadway show, because this is a great time to be alive and to see some live entertainment and to support some live entertainment. And a lot of these people that work their asses off 8 days a week to entertain a lot of the people sitting in the audience. So shout out to everybody who was there at the Tonys last night, and shout out to everybody who worked so hard on Broadway. It's a great thing that contributes to the economy of New York. And I want to thank all the people that come to New York, that come to see the plays and contribute financially. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Did you check out the Tonys last night? What were your overall thoughts? Whatever they are, let me know in the comments down below. All right, all right, all right, all right. I will say this. I hope Taylor Swift reads the room after the reception of "I Knew It, I Knew You," a country album is very much wanted. Yeah, she needs to stay away from the pop stuff, because Life of a Showgirl, child, that album is a child. Country Taylor and a lot of her First Testament material is my favorite from Miss Swift, not the borderline conservative and safe showgirl foolishness. Come on, Miss Sonnet. That's what she need to stick to. Sonic the Hedgehog. All I care to watch from the Tonys is Megan. She was getting lots of backlash for even being in attendance for quitting. Well, it's not the fact that she was nominated for anything. The fact of the matter that you quit, and a lot of people probably spent their hard-earned money to come see your ass, and you decided to quit 2 weeks in because your man did you wrong, but you were expecting us to come out and buy your new album because you're gonna be talking about your fucked up relationship in, with 16 bars in the form of people have a right to be upset. So I'm not mad at people being mad at her, because it's like, if I spent all that damn money and tickets ain't cheap. I mean, you can go down to the TKTS booth in the middle of Times Square, which I do sometimes when I want to find a really good inexpensive ticket. But now they have like little what do you call it, like apps or whatever, that you can go on there and find a really good ticket. It also feels a much different vibe this Pride Month, because unlike last year, it feels like let's celebrate. I did say we just need to mourn. We'll be back next time, and everybody said you called it. Yeah. This might be a time to celebrate. So does that mean that RuPaul was correct when he was like, we should just get up and dance? Fuck all the political stuff. Let's just get up and dance. Let's just twirl in our rooms like we Britney Spears with a fucked up weave and runny ass mascara and them ugly ass shoes and them Gerber baby panties. Let's just twirl in our rooms until we can't twirl no more, until we get all the blisters on the back and bottom of our feet. Should we do that? Broadway is just so inaccessible if you're in the deep south of middle America, where you could only be exposed to the art form through the internet or a theater class. That's why I'm so about musicals. Well, I get it. Maybe it's different for me because, I live in the city. So, and I've been able to go to many a play or many a shows, many a Broadway shows, because I grew up with my parents taking me to Broadway shows. And so the whole world of theater and taking acting classes and being a part of that world, I guess, is different for me. So I totally understand when it feels so far away. Everybody saying one place and need more. Y'all know that song? So you said not sure why Megan was there, especially if she quit in 2 to 3 weeks before. Exactly. That's how I felt. It's like, you ain't get no sympathy for me. She made me roll my eyes real hard when I saw that. I'm like, ma'am, you sat there and quit the whole situation because your man embarrassed you. And so I'm like, can't be around these people 8 more days a week. So I gotta quit. I'm like, girl, please. It's called The Show Must Go On. but you didn't care. So boo! Being a 90s kid, musicals was still part of our DNA and our culture. Yeah, it seems like a lot of the culture is just changing, which is why a lot of the generations before need to pass that down to the younger generations, so that way we can keep it going. Because we don't need Broadway to die. Live entertainment needs to just continue to thrive. I said, let me make sure I close all of this. All right, y'all. So now let's move on to our next topic, and let's talk about this. So apparently, the man who won the election a year and a half ago, that's running this country into the ground, is expected to make an appearance at MSG tonight. So of course, people are divided. People are upset because we normally have watch parties right next to Madison Square Garden on 7th Avenue. They had to cancel them because of security and the Secret Service and all this stuff. Shout out to all the people that I know that are going to be working that event tonight, because it is, whenever Secret Service and stuff are there, it is hell trying to get in that damn building where they got to check all your stuff. Don't bring no lighters. Don't bring your weed. Don't bring no blade. Don't bring nothing up in there that is going to be seen as a threat, because trust and believe they will confiscate it. And if y'all get bad, oh well, you were warned. And my supervisors did warn those of us who were there at roll call. Hopefully they kept repeating it to let people know, but it should be common sense. If you're going to be doing something where you're going to have to go through something like it's the TSA at the airport, but then again, you can't really compare with the TSA, because on this current regime, the TSA situation is still kind of screwed up. So they just said somebody slipped through the TSA the other day. So this whole regime is a disaster. The people that are in place that's running things don't know what the hell they're doing. So it's the bar that's been set on how things are. That bar has been removed. I mean, for prior presidents who knew what the hell they were doing, I can see like how they had certain people in place or whatever. But it is what it is. So people are divided over it. While there's some people that are pissed off because, one, you have the tickets are freaking expensive. I heard like for a floor seat or whatever the case, even though celebrities could afford it, $100,000. The nosebleeds, which I would think would be like the 400s in the bridge area. They said the most cheapest ticket would be $8,000, which is crazy. I wish that a lot of the real New York fans who've been waiting half a century, because it's been over 50 years since the Knicks actually won a championship, long before I was born. So, but going to the playoffs was in the 90s. But winning the actual championship was in the 50s. Well, not 50s, in the 70s. So it was like 50 some odd years ago. This is a moment that real New Yorkers are wanting to experience. Like there's a sense, I don't know how to explain it, but like the energy in New York is just really different. The fact that a lot of people are united, whether or not you are a real Knicks fan or you just trying to jump on the band, you're a Knicks fan or you just jumping on the bandwagon because you want to be a part of something. The fact that there's a sense of unity in the air, I just love that about New Yorkers when we all come together for one common goal, even if you're not a big fan, whatever the case is. But then now you showing up in there, and whether or not he is a fan or whatever the case is, that's cool or whatever. But I just feel for, a lot of the fans who want to enjoy this moment, and even those who can't afford a ticket, just to be in close proximity with the watch parties, which are free. Um, just to be just to be next to the building where y'all can watch it on the screen, you get that energy and the roar of the crowd. It would be nice to have that. And shout out to all the people that came to the watch party, the last game, which, what was that, Friday? That was fun. I was courtside dealing with that stress, which I'm not complaining. I do love being, look, if they trust you to put you down courtside or whatever, that means I have arrived. The people must really love me. They put me down there. So working that whole section where I'm dealing with seating execs and all the stuff, that's cool. I don't mind that. It's just a lot of work, but I thrive in chaos. I don't know. I think that's just a Virgo thing. We're really good at thriving in chaos. So, um, being amongst like the real Knicks fans who pay like, what is it? I think it's like $10 to go to the watch parties. It was a lot of fun. The energy in the room. I'm sure y'all probably saw it all on Twitter or whatever. The energy of the room was awesome. I like being amongst the real fans, whatever. They seemed like they were really excited to be there. And I wish they could be in the building. I wish, and I feel bad for a lot of the people that's going to be there tonight because the hell they're going to have to go through getting in the building. You can't bring bags in. So it's like these people that spent so much money just to come up in there, only to have to deal with all these rules and regulations. I feel for them. And the fact that they have to show up early. But it's like, how can they when people have to work? And a lot of people don't get out of work till 5 o'clock. I know the game tonight is not until 8:30 because it's a late game because it's ABC, ESPN, all that stuff. So I feel for them in that way. But there's a clip I want to show y'all because The View did a segment on this. I don't know if y'all gonna feel what I feel in regardless because I watched it earlier. Whoopi pissed me off. I'm like, first of all, this is the most this bitch ever talked during a segment because she normally don't have nothing to say. But in this whole situation of how she was talking, I don't know, she irritated me. So we gonna play this clip of Whoopi Goldberg, Miss Karen Johnson, giving her opinion amongst the other women on Trump and them and how people are feeling divided over the situation. And we're gonna come back and talk. Please hold.
So welcome back. So like I said, I wasn't gonna do, but I'm gonna do. So the Knicks won a nail biter Friday night. So they are 2 games ahead in the NBA Finals. But tonight's triumphant return to the home court at Madison Square Garden has a lot of fans kind of worried, especially after you know who accepted an invite from Knicks owner James Dolan. Take a look.
I've been a Knicks fan for a long time, and I'm also a Jim Dolan fan. He's a nice guy. The answer is yes, he's invited me. I'm going. I'll be.
Are you excited, sir?
Say it?
Game 3, Game 4. Are you excited?
It could be Monday, yeah, Monday.
Mr. President, speaking in New York.
Maybe I'll do both.
He's coming to game 3 of the finals, and I don't want him there. And it has nothing to do with politics, policy, or anything like that. It has everything to do with him disrupting and contributing at the same time to the chaos.
And before we get to the rest of this clip, I will say this. This is the first time ever, y'all probably gonna see me, well, it may happen again. This is the first time you ever gonna see me agree with Stephen A. Smith on something. Let's get back to the clip.
I speak for all New Yorkers when I say to Mayor Mandami and President Trump, do not come to Madison Square Garden. We don't want you.
Well, hold on now. Excuse me, Mr. Deutsch, but Zoran has been going to quite a few Knick games already, while everybody else be on Celebrity Row in the suites. Because I remember one time when I worked, Cuomo was in my section, and he was in, one of the suites when I had to work Celebrity Row. And what I will say is this: I remember there was, I think, the same game that I worked. Zoran was up in, oh my God, what's the guy who has the Tourette's? I forget the political guy's name, whatever. I don't know why I'm thinking of Chio say, but it's not him. It's the other one. Y'all know. Drop it in the comments the one that has the Tourette's. But they was up in the from what I heard, they was up in the nosebleeds. They said he was up in the 300s. That would be the bridge. I think he was in the 200s because what I heard was that's the 8th floor. That's not necessarily the nosebleeds. And I'm tired of people confusing the 8th floor with the nosebleeds. The nosebleed is the 400 seats, which is on the bridge on the side of it, and that's like the 9th floor. And then we have the bridge, which is like way up top. So that's not the nosebleeds. I think people assume it's a nosebleed because of how high and how long that section is with the seating, but that's not the nosebleeds. But that's neither here nor there. I'm just nitpicking. But Zoran has been there quite a few times. He was in the section with the regulars. He wasn't even like on the floor or courtside like so many other A-list celebrities or politicians have been. So maybe that's him trying to show like, I'm of the people and I'm not out here trying to be greedy and spend up money on BS. So have the mayor not show up, I think is ridiculous. But as far as the president, we've never had a president who has shown up to, a Knicks game. But because it's Trump, that's it's all of a sudden different. But let's get to the rest of it. I just had to say it before I forget. But let's get to the rest of the clip.
I'm sorry. Trump and Mayor Mamdani are Knicks fans and have been. They're New Yorkers. And there's nothing either one of them can do to change what's happening in the city for this team.
Mm.
They can, you know, they're there. Okay,
Some
there's a
fucker
lot
jinx
of
us?
there's a lot
No,
of
no,
you know
no.
what? I don't think anything can jinx anything. I think these guys are on a mission.
They are on a mission.
On a mission. They're like the Blues Brothers. They're on a mission from God. And they have been winning and
Not a mission
doing
from God.
everything. And you know, you could be buck naked up in the box and ain't nobody paying attention.
Yeah.
Oh,
Please
dear
do
God,
not
I
be.
hope that doesn't
Please
happen.
do not. Okay, but I will say, if I were advising him, I would be like, do not go, because if they lose tonight, everyone's going to blame
The
Trump.
jinx, the
That's like,
jinx.
you just cannot put that out there.
I know.
But
I chuckled
mess
because
with
I was like, wait a
perfection.
minute. So he didn't have the time to go to Donald Trump Jr.'s wedding. But because of
Fuck
Iran, but now that strikes are raging again between Israel and Iran, he's coming here for this.
Yes, because
And
that's how long we've been waiting for him. That's how long we've been waiting. That's
Yeah,
how
but
Knicks
listen,
fans are like in there.
He was a New Yorker, but they hate him so much here, and because he's fleeing the taxes, he's now a Floridian.
Yeah.
Whatever he is,
He is
I
a
was a
Floridian
Californian. I lived in California. I went to the Laker games. I have always been at my core, because I'm from here. I have always been a Knicks fan. And when you have always been a Knicks fan, it doesn't matter where you live.
But
Okay, so I'm from Iowa, and I'm a Knicks fan because I love Jalen Brunson in the Villanova 4. That's so I'm like
I love.
First of all, shout out to Sarah for bringing that up, because Jalen went to Villanova. That's the college he went to. If Villanova plays at the Garden when we do like the college games and all that stuff, and then we do the Eastern Conference and all that stuff. So shout out to her for bringing that up. I was like, okay.
I loved all of the Knicks since
So
I
I'm
can
not.
remember.
So I'm a newbie.
Yes.
Like
but what I
Patrick
would
Ewing,
say is that
you know,
if I were
Yeah.
rolling as heavy as Mom Donnie and Trump with security and all of this, this is why we can't always have nice things. Like everyone that is from New York and all the implants like myself are going. And I just think it added a lot of chaos to something that the people have been waiting for 27 years. So again,
the
I feel
price
like
of
it's
those
wearing
tickets
white
are
to
what
a
added
white
to the
I was gonna
chaos.
say the price
That's
of those
the
Two
price.
things
That's
can
the
be
problem.
true.
Some of them are
Whoopi.
several $100,000. The rafter seats are like $10,000.
Yes.
If I scraped up my money and I paid $10,000, I don't want 2 hours of security
Can't bring
lines.
your bag.
I don't. You can't bring your bag. You got to take your shoes off like it's
And there's
TSA.
no TSA pre-check.
And
Then
Trump
stay
may
home.
bring some bad
You know
juju.
what?
I am thin.
They-
I don't think he should come.
And I think
honestly don't
anybody
think
who is
so.
a Knicks fan should be there. You earn the right as a Knicks fan. I don't care who you are. I don't have to like you.
But it's
I don't have to
selfish
dig your
cause those logistical nightmares.
You know what?
Yes.
If I was as big as them, I'd still be going. You think that people
You're
don't
bigger
see the
than them,
people
Whoopi.
that?
You're Whoopi
But
Goldberg.
you know. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. I may be bigger than them, but I'm not a distraction to the team. And
No.
that's my point.
You're a
The
good-luck
point
guy.
is not.
I hope
the
they
point
sit
is
him next to Spike
they-
Lee and Fat Joe.
they're
Now
going
don't
to
do
put him
that.
up there.
He's not giving this
And
like
all
Charlemagne.
we need to concentrate on is putting our energy and good energy towards them. Towards
Well, that I will say that I will agree with her on is that I'll leave it there. I think that'd be the smart thing for them to do at this point. Don't be look, if they show them on the Jumbotron, if y'all want to boo, well, look, and Obama always says, don't boo, vote. This ain't the time to vote. We can't vote until the midterms. But this time, if y'all want to boo, do what you got to do. Who is anybody to tell New Yorkers what they're going to do? Because, you know, we keep it real out here in these streets, and we get it. Trump is a New Yorker. He's from Queens, but the fact of the matter is a lot of people in New York City did not vote for him. Now, if you want to talk about Long Island, which is not a part of New York, if you want to talk about Jersey and all these other people where we know y'all, a lot of y'all voted for upstate New York or whatever, that ain't New York. We're about to get into the whole New York debate when we get to the Jennifer Lopez story later on in the show. But in this whole situation, my thing is, however people react, they're going to react. I'll be finding out if there was a lot of boos going on, or we'll just be on social media trying to hear them boos because, you know, they'll probably try to mute it out on network television. But we already know the internet, for the most part, does not lie unless it's controlled by certain entities. But we'll hear if there was some boos in the situation. We'll, you know, people are feeling how they feel. But I do say this, at the end of the day, whether or not he comes, don't let that be a distraction. I don't know if you want to put him next to Spike Lee or Fat Joe in Celebrity Row, or Timothy Chalamet and Kylie Jenner, because those are the regulars. I don't know if you want to put them next to them. Let him sit in 7-8 VIP where Dolan normally sits, or when Dolan has his guests, he'll probably have him up in the suite and he'll come out and sit in section 11-12 or whatever, or in the little suite area like section 18 or whatever. Who knows where they'll seat him? I'll find out when I go back to work. I don't want to reveal names or whatever, but the people that normally work down there, I'll be questioned, be like, so where'd he sit? And we'll find out. But for the most part, don't let that be a distraction. I just feel like the Knicks stick it out, focus on kicking, the Spurs' ass, as y'all did them last 2 games. Yeah, y'all were a little rough in the 2 games that y'all played. Hopefully, with the energy of New York tonight, you'll play a lot better and we'll get a lot further and not have me damn near my hair falling out like it was in the last game with all that stress you put me under, because we thought we was going to lose the game. But y'all pulled it together. We need y'all to stay focused. Don't focus on all the bells and whistles and the bullshit that's going to be up in there and Trump using this as a distraction. And I think the reason why people are feeling the way they feeling about Trump, because it's not even about the Knicks. It's about him and his ego wanting to draw attention to himself and latching on to whoever's winning, because we know the man loves being around people who are winners, even though he's a big loser. But he wants to be around what's going on or what's popular. So he wants to sit up in there and he wants to enjoy all that energy and make it about him and be the center of attention. But we need to focus on what we've been focusing on. We've been waiting so long to see the Knicks get as far as they have. This is their time. We want them to win. Knicks in 4. Hopefully it's a sweep like they did with the last couple of games we had already. A bunch of damn sweeps. What is it? They won 13, 14 games in a row. So that's what we should be keeping our focus on and our energy on. Don't let all the other outside noise distract. And hopefully with the game 4 happening on Wednesday, I was supposed to work it, but I did swap because I wanted Rosalia. They didn't schedule me for the Rosalia concert, so I'm going to try to see if they go and put up a voice. I'm not going in the shade because there ain't no way I'm getting on. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to see if they drop a vortex or whatever the case. I'm going to try to pick up a Wednesday show, and then I could be there when it all goes down. But if not, then I'll just live vicariously through it. Y'all already know I work there, so I'm still a part of it, regardless if I'm there or not. But yeah, but I wanted that Rosalia concert. So it is what it is. I did a swap with a friend of mine. It is what it is. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing tonight's game. That's why we're doing a show early, so I can be done in time to watch it. And yeah, like I said, don't let all the outside noise distract you. The Knicks focus, fans focus. Don't let all that, whatever it is, it's just one man who's gonna make it about him. And regardless, once y'all get past the checkpoints and all the craziness, and I know y'all gonna be tight, just forget all about that mess. Come in, have a good time, be a part of the moment, take your pictures, videos, whatever the case is, and don't let that man yuck your yum, because we already know Trump loves to yuck people's yum. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of, what was that? I think I hit the wrong button. I did. What do you guys think of this story regarding the whole situation? Do you think that Trump should show up tonight at the Garden? Do you think he shouldn't show up? Does it really matter? It says that at the end of the day, our focus should just be on, the Knicks winning game 3 and doing a sweep. Because the way that the arrogant ass Spurs have been acting and they've been playing, I want all their asses to be whooped in this whole situation. So I don't particularly care, especially that little long neck giraffe motherfucker that be acting like I guess he is the MVP of the Spurs, but he be acting like he about something and he ain't. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. I forgot how to take out my damn lower third. Okay, so let's see what y'all are saying in the comments. I watched a recording of the Heathers musical when I was in middle school, and that's the only musical I've watched in full. I've seen clips of Hamilton, Mean Girls, Cats, and Showgirls, and that's it. Wait, you never seen Showgirls, the movie? Mean Girls, never seen Mean Girls, but I saw Mean Gays. Shout out. They did like a drag version of Mean Girls called Mean Gays. That was cute. I was like, did I close it? Yeah, I did. Good to see Pink host Girl, where have you been? We did a whole segment on the Tonys before we got to the I'm trying to think. Not the all cat. Oh, you caught that too? I was like, I'm a Cunye this segment. Trump should be banned from all organized events because just like he did it with. Remember, he showed up at the Yankees game. I don't work over there. I know I have people that work the Yankees games. They do the ticket taking. I could have worked there, but it was too damn far. That's all the way in the Bronx. And I didn't want to make that trip. But I have coworkers that work the Yankees. He was there, annoying. Then it was the U.S. Open last year. People were irritated by that with the traffic. Remember, he did. I think it was the Fortune 500. It's like you keep showing these places, realize like it causes a lot of chaos. But that's what he is. He's a chaos demon. I'm pretty sure Dolan will be fired if the rumors about a wedding is going to be true. Because between this and the rumored wedding, it's all bad press. Well, I don't know. We'll see. I mean, um, what the fact that Taylor Swift's gonna have a wedding at Madison Square Garden, that is a segment in the show too. We'll get there. Not sure why Trump and his belly feel the need to pop his bald eagle ass to the game is selfish and takes away from well, man is selfish. He's a narcissist with a brain rotting in real time. Now, why would the Knicks owner invite him? Well, the word on the street is he's a supporter, and it could be like all the other CEOs and oligarchs. Tax break. Remember, we also hosted Trump's rally at Madison Square Garden. I worked it. Didn't want to, but it was a check. They scheduled me. I come in and I work. Zoran isn't a narc and actually puts his belly in his pants. Well, Zoran doesn't have a belly. Zoran's in pretty good shape. Would you ever let someone tongue punch your fart box? What kind of answer is that? A question. Trump's a New Yorker. Did New Yorkers approve this statement? This pushed to him Florida. Not Whoopi is slow. Trump can support the team from afar. Well, she get on my damn. That's why I was like, girl, you sound like you so out of touch. I know Whoopi Big Toe got to be hurting all that tap dancing she doing. Quarantine his seat. Well, I'm like, yeah, shout out to whoever got to sit next to him and smell him. She is tap dancing because of the damn FCC is on their ass. I hope Disney wins the lawsuit. Well, isn't that something they need to be worrying about? That Disney worrying about that. I can't stand you know who, but he has a right to attend a public event just like every other American. Exactly. And if the big boss invited him, oh well, that would not be the first time I've had to work an event and Trump showed up. If he shows up, he shows up. It's just the headache of I have to get there extra early because I got to get through all these checkpoints. Which is like, it's fine. I got my ID. Once you show the ID, they let you through because they know you work there. And then, but just waiting on that long ass line and them going through your stuff and making sure you ain't bringing nothing in that's, an issue, and then them confiscating. Because I remember they said one of my supervisors got pissed because they confiscated her lighter and she loves smoking her cigarettes. So if y'all need to be out here smoking, whatever the case is, I don't know, figure out a way to hold off on the smoking. I don't know if you vape, if they take away those vape pens or whatever the case. I don't know if they take those. So, I just read Dolan had his wedding at not Narlagogo. You talking about Mar-a-Lago? He probably did. I don't be following Dolan like that. Although his son was right behind me in, when I worked the Kid Cudi concert because he came to the concert with his friends. And his suite, his seats was literally right behind me from where I was the section of work. But he seemed cool. The kids are cool though. No comment. Chris trying to keep his job, so I ain't saying a word. Now you say he has every right to attend. We have every right to say. Well, look, that's why I said he has every right to attend, but you don't have control over how people are going to react to your attendance. If people boo, if people say F Trump or whatever the case is, you got to expect all of that. You can't, because especially when you have people that you surround yourself with that's blowing smoke up your ass and telling you a bunch of lies and things. If that's what you want to surround yourself with, that's great. If you want to live in the Matrix, that's great. But the real world and New Yorkers, they're going to keep it real with you, even when you don't want to hear it. Are you desensitized to seeing celebs all the time, or is it shocking sometimes? I think am I desensitized? Not really. I mean, when I see them, I'm like, oh, there goes so and so. I remember I had a little conversation with Kelly Ben Simone the other day when I worked Celebrity Row. One of the Nick City kids' mother was at, because I've kiki with her and her husband before. Whenever they want to come down and get like a little video of one of their child dancing or whatever. I remember I saw her there and she was like, oh, and then we looked at each other like, yeah, we know, I know you, and she's like, I know you, and then we hugged and everything. So seeing like some of the celebrities stuff, some of the celebrities are cool. When I sat one of the chain smokers, that was cool. Yeah, I think because I've been around celebrities for so long in other jobs that I've worked, I might be desensitized. I just look at them like, okay, y'all regular people. Like, but I have people that I work with, oh, they want a picture. I was like, I don't give a fuck about all that. Y'all be out here thirsting over the fact that I need a picture of this wrestler and I need a picture of this. I'm like, y'all get so wrapped up in all of that, in the celebrity. I personally don't care. And I think it's probably because the type of show I do. So being around celebrities, it's not an issue. Maybe that's why they keep me down the courts. Maybe that's why they put me down there. We all know the truth. Half of these laws he's making is because he is forcing us to respect it. Well, it's not working, as you say in the end. So you can't force people to respect you, especially when your kids having to do drugs to tolerate your ass, allegedly. And now you got Ivanka and her husband out there trying to build Epstein Island #2. Okay, so now let's get back into some more hot topics. And let's talk about Idris Elba. So Idris Elba's opening up more. We talked about it the other day about him playing James Bond or whatever, and now he's been saying basically, let's not try to make it woke. You know why it's bothered me that the way he used it? Like, I feel like he's using woke in the terms of like how white people have colonized the word, because we already know what the real definition of woke is. But the way he's using it, it's like a black man who's been colonized by white people and is using their version of what the word means. So uh for well over a decade, movie fans have rightfully pushed the British star as the perfect next 007, but Elba believes that the rumors of him being in the mix were never legit. He says, quote, I've always felt that it's not a realistic thing. This is what he told British GQ. James Bond was written how he was written for a reason. But I was he said, but I was complimented by it. And also, I think in realistic terms, some markets just don't go for that. Bond is big all over the world, and audiences won't go for a black male and African male playing Bond. That's not what they like in their culture, period. He continued by saying Bond is so unrealistic, so a hint of reality is good, but let's not try it and make it woke. I think you've got to be pure to what it is, escapism. Don't try to answer the world's taste, just be Bond. Now, as far back as 2015, people have been trying to cosplay him, or I should say ship him as double 007 as a person who's going to replace Daniel Craig. And he seemed much more receptive to the idea being a possibility, saying if human beings want to know if there's any connectivity between all of us, the one thing I've heard about around the world universally is that you'll be great at James Bond. If it should happen, that's proof there's connectivity amongst human beings. If everyone wants something, they can make it happen. Now, complicating Elba's chances to step in as Bond was the duration of Craig's return or Craig's run. Excuse me. Craig starred in 5 007 films spanning 15 years and finally walked away after 2021's No Time to Die, which a lot of people didn't particularly care for. Now, he said, we know Idris, we're friends with him, and he's a magnificent actor. This is what former Bond producer Barbara Broccoli said in early 2022. And it's been part of the conversation, but it's always difficult to have the conversation when you have someone in the seat. Broccoli and her brother Michael G. Wilson have since handed creative control of the series to Amazon MGM Studios. We know they're looking for a new Bond at this moment. Denis Villeneuve is supposed to direct and write a new Bond movie. Right now, he's hella focused on getting Dune 3 finished, as in post-production and all the other stuff that comes with that. So I don't think that Bond is a top priority right now, but we do know that they're looking for a new Bond. I believe they're going to go younger. Now, in regards of what Idris is saying about this, no shade, but I agree with him. I don't think Bond needs to be black. Let white people have their stuff. I don't know why every time. I understand because we have a lack of diversity in certain things. If you want to look, I remember, what was her name? Lashana Lynch? Remember when they tried to make her a black female 00 in the last Bond movie? Y'all had a whole conniption fit over that. Not saying it was going to make her a Jane Bond or whatever, but she was another spy within the 00 world. And because she was up in there, y'all had a problem with that. Y'all could have just made her a Bond girl and call it a day, kind of like how y'all did Ana de Armas. But anytime y'all want to change up what white people are used to, let white people have their stuff. Now, I did say this because I did like Idris Elba in Hobbs and Shaw, where he played the villain. Hobbs and Shaw, in so many ways, was like a 007-esque spy thriller. Why not create an original IP where we have a black superhero? I'm sure, oh, not a superhero, a super spy. People will come out and support it if, depending on who the actor is, if y'all want to do that. And then down the road, if you want to create a foundation of that and you want to continue to build that franchise with a younger version in that role, like they're doing 007, then you can do that. But why do we always have to, because there's a lack of diversity in something, y'all want to throw it in there? We don't want to keep dealing with shit where it's like, oh, y'all had a black Little Mermaid and y'all went and had a problem with that. Even though the Little Mermaid was ass. I didn't like the film. Whether or not whoever they put in it, I just did not like the film. I thought the cinematography was ass. The effects looked cheap. And it just wasn't a good movie. Regardless if y'all had Chloe up in there, or was it Halle? No, it was Halle Bailey. So when y'all had her up in there, I ain't like the film. So if y'all want to sit up in here and do a super spy with a black actor at the forefront, I would love to see that. Just like whenever you go on the gay blogs and y'all talk about Bond, and we see out in them always, well, here's the gay actors that we would like to see play Jane. They always do that. Just like y'all reheat y'all nachos because y'all don't have a lot of topics to talk about. Quiet as it's kept on them queer websites, Queerty, Out, Pink News, and the lot. So they always have the same 5 to 10 people that they use. Luke Evans and Jonathan Bailey. It's like, okay. Y'all don't have Neil Patrick. Like, who wants to see Neil Patrick Harris tired ass as a damn super spy? I mean, bad enough I had to look at his Zionist ass when he was at the Tonys yesterday doing that segment with Pink. But anyway, so if you want to create a bisexual, because I do think if you're going to be a spy, there needs to be sexual fluidity. You have to. There's some gay oligarchs. There's some gay supervillains. We saw them kind of play into the homoeroticism in the movie with Daniel Craig and Javier Bardem. There was a little bit of that kind of homoeroticism banter between those two characters in the movie. Can't remember which one it was, but it was the one before. Was it Skyfall? It might have been. I can't remember. But there was that banter in there. So, and then there was like an alluding to there possibly that Bond has had to sleep with men to get a job done. That would be more realistic. That sometimes as a spy, you do what you got to do to get the job done. So if they want to explore having a bisexual one, then you can create a series or movie with that. Same thing with a black Bond. So I don't see why it's an issue in regards to creating your own thing versus letting white people have their stuff. And that's how I feel about it. So I'm not mad at Idris for saying what he's saying, but the fact that we're using the woke thing, I don't know, it just felt in the way of how like white people like to weaponize that word just so that way they can get their little points across. So anyway, I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding Idris saying like, yeah, it's not a realistic situation of having a black actor playing James Bond. What he's basically saying is like, yeah, let them have what they got over there. Bond has always been what this has been for over 50, 60 years. So why change it? Because y'all want to add a little diversity to the situation. If you want to bring diversity to all the side characters, then I'm here for that. But let Bond be Bond. Shaken, stirred, a womanizer, all the bits that goes up within that, and leave him white. and British, because that's who Bond is. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Right. You said, and that family always bringing up Hunter Biden. Okay. Who Jay Stevens? You said, I do not care about Jay Stevens' father. Bruce Campbell has announced that and said he's done with Evil Dead. He's glad it's alive, but it's moved away from the cabin and Ash. And yeah, I agree. I do feel like if you want to sit and watch Bruce Campbell as Ash, watch the old movies. You can watch, well, the first Evil Dead 2 is currently on Shudder, which I think is ass backwards. Why would you put Evil Dead 2 up on Shudder and not Evil Dead? Now, Evil Dead is coming in a couple of weeks. But why would you put Evil Dead and Evil Dead 2 up there? And then you have Army of Darkness, you have Ash versus Evil Dead. So there's many iterations of him in that role. And he's played the role for over 4 decades. He's a man of a certain age. It's time to move on. So, and I like that with the Evil Dead franchise, each film, it's different people. The star of the Evil Dead franchise is the Necronomicon. So why not just come up with different ideas instead of everybody just trying to follow? We need Bruce Campbell. This is not Scream where they've backed themselves into a corner and you need to have Nev Campbell in 25 fucking sequels. We don't need that. So let them come up with different creative ideas. We got Evil Dead Burn coming out. Then we got another Evil Dead movie that I believe that they said that's supposed to be coming out within the next year. Can't remember what the name of it was supposed to be. I like Evil Dead Rise. I like the remake of Evil Dead that Fede Alvarez did. So I've been liking all the different iterations. As long as it keeps the core and the tone of what Evil Dead is, then I'm here for it. And I like that they tell different stories with a different cast every movie, because it keeps us on our toes and it keeps us not, keeping us not knowing what's going to happen. So if he wants to be done, let him be done. I ain't mad at y'all. But anyway, let's move on. And let's talk about Donta. So Madonna's had a very busy weekend. On Friday, she premiered her new music video, The Confessions 2 film, which comes in at a staunch 10 minutes, but with the credits and everything, it's 13. So the thing happened, heard all the reviews. A lot of people was enjoying what they saw that were there. A lot of the press was there. A lot of the regular Madonna regulars, a lot of the Madonna regulars who, if you follow them on social media, were giving their commentary. Shout out to Michael Karpinski, who we know is a big fan. He writes for Boy Culture, friend of mine. Also, Stefan from the MLVC podcast was there. He talked a little bit about it. I don't think he did I don't think he did a video of that. I know he did a thing yesterday on his show. I can't remember what it was, but it wasn't about the Confessions too. I think maybe he was waiting until today, until everybody got to see that didn't get to go, the regular panel people that he has, to watch the video so they all can come in and give their own ideas. But I did finally get to see it. She premiered the video today after showing it Friday, had Anderson Cooper as the moderator. And I will say this, I love the fact that Madonna had switched out. Well, they said scheduling conflicts. That was why Jimmy Fallon wasn't there. But if you take into consideration the fans, they seem to like the fact that Jimmy Fallon wasn't there, that they had Anderson Cooper come in instead. Now, here's the thing. One of the things Anderson got going for him is this. A, he's a homosexual. B, he's also a journalist. So if you're going to come in and you bring somebody in, he's like, I'm a journalist first. I'm a fan. But I'm going to come in and I'm going to do my moderator thing. I'm going to do the journalism thing. And I'm going to ask you the questions. We're going to banter. We're going to do that whole vibe. And I think that Anderson was the perfect choice. If we would have got Jimmy Fallon to come up in there, we already know what Jimmy was going to give, because we've seen how he acts every time Madonna comes on his show. He would have been, in the words of Darla, for one of my favorite Little Rascal movies, a baby rump kisser. That's what he would have given with the whole interview. And I think more of the fandom would have been annoyed with him than really into the whole thing. I do wish, and this is the thing, I'm glad that she yondered the phones, because she did have a segment in the video where she basically said that phones are ruining the concert experience. Yeah, so she did say that the phones are ruining the experience. Put your fucking phones down and connect. She wants everybody to do that. I don't know if she's going to pull a Phoebe Bridgers, because, Phoebe Bridgers had a private event for charities at the garden the other day, and that's why people were online talking like, "Oh, she charged $1." Blah, 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 blah. I'm like, it's for charity. So y'all sound stupid. Do your research before y'all start going on social media spreading bullshit and lies. And now because of that, Phoebe Bridgers is actually doing a no phones tour. So if y'all bring phones, it's getting yondered. And I think that if Madonna is feeling that about this upcoming tour, which she did tease a little bit, saying like she doesn't know if she wants to do the docu series or the series, whatever it is that she's supposed to be doing for Netflix, because after the movie thing didn't happen, they got the Netflix thing happening. So she don't know if she want to do the tour. I think strike when the iron's hot, do the tour. We can wait for the other thing down the road. Or maybe you should do it as what Kylie did with, her recent thing on Netflix. A retrospective of your career, which you did with Celebration, but also a retrospective of like your whole career in 3, maybe 4 parts, and have people interview that have been around you and helped you and worked on your career and worked with you behind the scenes and your work ethic and all that stuff, from like how you started in the 80s to today. Do that. And then instead of a biopic, I think that would probably be better. I mean, don't get me wrong, I still want a biopic. But if it needs to come down to the documentary, I do think she needs to strike while the iron is hot and do the tour, because it seemed like the fans want a tour. Now, how she plans on touring, that's TBD, because she did say she doesn't want to do the standard tour. She gets bored with that. She might just want to rent out a warehouse and do a show there. Or maybe she could do like a Harry Styles and do a whole residency in New York. I know there's so many people that's against it. But while y'all saying y'all against it, trust and believe, I know y'all going to save up y'all coins. Y'all going to come out to New York and you'll still come to see it regardless, because people who have FOMO, they will find a way to come and see the thing regardless. So I know a lot of people saying they be against it, but trust and believe, y'all asses will show up anyway. And it's no shade. I'm just saying. So she finally premiered the video. And I have to say, from the 6 songs that we heard, I liked it. I like the visuals. I love the idea of the women coming out with the TVs, because it was a metaphor of like the cameras and stuff, because it's a metaphor of like everything has to be filmed, that you're following people around. Y'all can't do nothing without like the cameras and the phones and all this stuff. So I did like the idea of her having the people in the mask coming out with the phone thing. Also, the vagina and the booty hole lasers. First of all, that was everything. Like I said earlier, I have not seen the better use of a laser or a bunch of lasers since Jennifer Lopez is waiting for Tonight music video. So having her do that lived. I love the references to like her in the clubs, especially during the Dance Interior sequence. First of all, I need that song in full today, but I can wait a couple more weeks. Dance Interior I was living for. The bathroom sequence, I'm like, bitch, why are you giving away our tea? Because look, I've had many a time in many a bathroom, in many a club, the sex, the drugs, and everything in between. So with her and the stalls, flashback memories, that bathroom with the men and the women up in there, I mean, that happens in many clubs, but child, let me tell you, XL was everything. And if y'all remember XL, because you've seen it in Sex in the City, that was like, XL was everything. That bathroom with the fish tank and everything up in there, and everybody knows nobody used the stalls to go to the bathroom. The stalls was used for other stuff. It was for fucking, or if it was for a little that, shout out to Kate Moss, where they talked about the drugs and then they flashed to her, because we know she love a little booger sugar. I mean, I don't know about she do it today, but she did back in the day. So, she did. Oh, and shout out to Torso. I think Torso did a great job filming the video. The cinematography was fabulous. Madonna looked beautiful. The ass was even on point. Her outfits, I loved it. I loved what was the song? Because I can't remember every song, whatever, but I love the little choreography sequence she did on the table. I lived for that. Also, the car accident situation, and she stumbled inside the club where she does Bring Your Love with Sabrina Carpenter. I will say this. We needed a video. I wish it was like a separate video for Bring Your Love. I wish we had that, and then just a separate little sequence for Bring Your Love in that long form music video. I just wish it was just like 2 different moments that we would have with that, because Bring Your Love definitely needed a video. And I love the scene where we had Julia Garner. She flips the wig off and then she morphs into Julia Garner, because it's still a hint at Julia was supposed to play Madonna in the biopic. And so, yeah, I was, so Madonna wants everybody to be out here and enjoy the moment. And she said, put your fucking phones down and connect. So, what she wants people to get from this upcoming album, and because with dance music, it is a deep tribal experience, and I do feel like when it comes to music, particularly house music, it feels ritualistic. It feels like it's like chanting or connecting to a higher being, connecting to the gods. And I do feel like that's what music does. It's tribal, it's animalistic. Like being on the dance floor and working up a sweat and connecting with so many different people and the energy and the transferring of energy. And I think that's what she's trying to give us when it comes to this album. So I'm excited for this upcoming album. But nevertheless, besides all that, let's get into some of the rest of this situation. Oh yeah, and then this is my favorite part too, where she was doing like the backflips and stuff midair, and she said, "I did my own stunts," so that wasn't a stunt double. That was Madonna up in the air, flipping around and all. So when I believe it, because you know Madonna loves doing all that physical stuff, and I have to say, physically, she looked in great shape. The core strength that she had, especially when she was on the mountain of dancers in the beginning, when she with the with the vagina lasers and all other stuff. I was loving to see how, like, yeah, Miss Mama's been working on her core. And people think at 67 she's going to slow down and not be able to do the things the young girls is doing. Mm-mm. She did it. So yeah. So Madonna is certainly feeling the love sensation from the 15 celebrity cameos in her new Confessions 2 short film, including a scene in which the pop icon sets the stage for the next chapter and literally transforms into her upcoming self-directed biopic movie star Julia Garner. Only the Queen of Pop could assemble a roster of stars as big as Madonna recruited actors, athletes, and fellow pop stars alike to appear in Confessions 2, the film, a 13-minute teaser featuring the first 6 songs from her forthcoming album sequel to her 2005 dance pop opus, Confessions on the Dance Floor. And I will say this, I loved all the cameos in the bathroom. We had Benedict, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head, Benedict Cumberbatch, I think it was Odessa Azion, if I'm not mistaken. I think she was in there too when she bumps into her in the bathroom. I believe she's supposed to play Debbie Mazur. Julia Fox, I believe, was also up for playing Debbie Mazur. Benedict Cumberbatch up in the bathroom dancing. We had Shy Girl was up in the video. Arca, they was all in the stall with that man. I don't know who the man was, but I did know Shy Girl and Arca was in the stall together. Then we had Honey Dijon. Shout out to her. She was she was doing the choreography and dancing up in the bathroom as well. Kate Moss. A lot of great cameos in that bathroom sequence. And all the hot men's is making out with each other. You know, Madonna loves a good makeout session with people of the same sex. So shout out to y'all. And like I said, Torso directed the video, who have collaborated with Charli XCX. Archie Madekwe was also up in there, Cole Palmer, Gwendolyn Christie, of course, hovering over the stall while Madonna was getting hunched. Joao Pedro. Oh yeah, so it was Odessa Azion. She was in the video when she bumped her, because I was looking at her like, it's Richard E. Grant, Madonna's daughter, Lola Leone, where she was, she had a little moment where she had the mask on, because I was looking at the lips and the teeth. I was like, it's Gaga, because she was giving that in the lower mouth part. But no, it was Lourdes Maria Ciccone Leone. And I love the whole rave vibe, the 80s vibe. It was just it just felt very nostalgic. And it took me back to the times when I was up in there sweating on my perm up in the clubs. And so, this video, they said it marks the latest in a growing line of collaborators between Garner and Madonna, with the latter bringing an Emmy winner on stage with her during her Celebration tour. And they'll also appear together, let's not forget, in Seth Rogen's second season of The Studio, which they filmed in Venice, and the same, city where Madonna shot her Like a Virgin music video. And I definitely love the scene, where they had Kate Moss and her hair was blown and stuff with the hand blower in the bathroom. That was a throwback to when Madonna did that in her video back in the day. And and then they were also talking about that the film might also be a clue about who also star in the biopic. Because remember, we said Julia Fox met with Madonna to play Debbie Mazur, and we see Azion hanging out in the nightclub bathroom among some quick changes and all the other stuff. But I think those two girls were up for it. So but then they were also saying in the article, since the scene was soundtracked by Confessions 2 album cut dance material, there's a reason to believe Azion might be involved in a biopic in some capacity, given Madonna and Mazur famously met at the shuttered New York City nightclub that played an integral role in shaping the pop star's early connection to nightlife. Madonna has been working to bring her life story to audiences as a feature-length film for several years, with Universal Pictures and Amy Pascal announcing years ago that they would produce the project alongside Madonna. And remember, Diablo Cody worked on a draft of the script. I guess it didn't work out. And then Erin Cressida stepped in after Cody's departure. So we hope that the documentary, or not documentary, the film works out. I definitely want the film to work out, but I do feel, and I'm gonna keep it up on saying it, I think the film needs to happen, but I think it's time Madonna she comes on as a producer. She can come on as like a consultant. She can work on, tightening up the script and then have somebody gloss over it and tighten it up a little bit. But she can also work on the script, co-write it. But as far as like trying to direct, no. I think she needs to let someone who is like, maybe it's the same people that worked on Bohemian Rhapsody and Michael work on it. And I know what you're saying. First of all, if they work on it, we don't want a watered down version of her. I don't think she will let that happen, because if she's heavily involved, she'll make sure we get the warts and all. But if you want that glossy sheet, like if you want the whole overall look that those two movies gave us, I think that's the team that she should go with. But she should have a hand in like how everything is written and how it comes across. Now, Madonna has said in various sensitive social media posts since Cody left, will follow her struggle as an artist trying to survive in a man's world as a woman, and really just the journey, which she says was a happy, sad, mad, crazy, good, bad, and ugly story of the making of a legend. Now, in 2020, Madonna and Cody spoke online about fictionalizing Madonna's rise through the entertainment industry in New York through writing Like a Prayer, filming Evita, and her connection with Jose Gutierrez Extravaganza and Luis Extravaganza of the Harlem ballroom scene, which played an instrumental part in the success of her 1990 signature hit Vogue. And don't even get me started, because I had to get in an argument with some people online who y'all say, y'all always love making it seem like Madonna be colonized in ballroom, which I'm tired of people saying that. She doesn't have to continuously come out and show love to the ballroom culture and all this other stuff, but she does. She continues to give them a platform. She gave them a platform back in the day when people wasn't even fucking with the gays like she was, because of the whole AIDS Holocaust and everything that was going on with that. Even continuously down the line, where she's gone to many a ballroom, she's given shout outs to a lot of the people. And who knows and who cares if other people within the ballroom scene didn't live for her? That's between her and them. Or unless you go have because apparently according to them, Willie Ninja didn't care for. Well, Willie Ninja ain't here to defend himself, so we can't speak on that. I mean, quiet as it's kept, Kevin Aviance was known for calling Madonna Madoodoo back in the day, but he was up in there DJing her event, that one with Grinder, before she went out and performed in front of Times Square. So times, they haven't changed. And who knows, if he was alive today, maybe things would be different. So it is what it is on that, storefront or forefront, if you want to call it that. So the short film also features a scene, as we talked about. Madonna is tracked down by a group of masked camera women in a desolate apartment. After being caught in their crosshairs, she's transported to a mysterious forest where scantily clad individuals can be seen sporting neon green lights that shoot out lasers of every orifice, which is what she basically stated at an event. Another sequence put viewers in the singer's shoes as she hastily swerves through traffic to get to the club. She almost makes it to the evening unscathed before abruptly colliding with another vehicle, leaving only a lipstick kiss on the airbag in her wake. And of course, there's plenty of Easter eggs. During the bathroom scene, Madonna can be seen handing over a demo to another individual, which she famously did to danceteria DJ Mark Kamens. It includes a nod to Madonna's Deeper and Deeper music video, with the masked camera woman later seen eating bananas as they watch the short film in a darkened hotel. Her daughter, Lourdes Leon, then calls for the cameras to cut, bitch. Now, we're actually looking forward to this new album. This is her first full-length album since 2019's Madam X, which y'all know, even though it's been divisive amongst the fandom, it debuted at #1 on the Billboard 200 albums chart. She also has given us several tracks. We have I Feel So Free and Love Sensation. Did y'all hear Love Sensation in the video? Because I don't recall hearing it, as well as, Bring Your Love. And like I said, I like a lot of what I heard so far. Shout out to Fade Fine Ass and that cameo that he had. That is a good looking damn man. I was like, I want to know what happened between him and Carol G. Because look, they was engaged and now they no longer engaged. But child, I would climb that man in a minute. But anyway, so I say, this is the orifice sequence. Shout out to Madonna. Shout out to this upcoming era. I need this era in my life. I can't wait for this album to drop on the 3rd of July, which allegedly is the same day Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce supposed to be getting married at the Garden. We got that segment coming up. And shout out to all the people out here who, when Madonna says, get off y'all goddamn phones because she needs y'all to connect. So who knows? Maybe she'll yonder the phones with the upcoming tour, but I think would actually be pretty cool. And if people get mad, oh well. If that's her way of getting y'all to be in the moment, be in the moment. I worked plenty of arena shows at the Garden where phones have been yondered. And if she has to force y'all to be in the moment to do that, then sis, you're gonna have to just get a sponsor or have them come up in there and help you out with that. So I say all this to say, what are your overall thoughts of the Confessions 2 short film? What did you think of it? What were your favorite moments? What were your favorite songs that you heard, snippets that you can't wait to hear in full? Because so far, the house is housing. I'm definitely living for the beats. I'm definitely living for the spoken word vibe that she's given to that because the people, I don't like all the spoken word. So I'm like, first of all, if you were a Madonna fan, she's always given a spoken word. If you ever even put on erotica, a lot of spoken word on that album. So it's a throwback to that time, but it's brought into modern 2026 with this album. And I'm looking forward to hearing the whole continuation thing because for what they were saying about, that the first Confessions, I'm like the whole continuation, like the songs going into each other was sort of an afterthought. But this one, they seem to have felt like this was intentional for them to go there. And I will say this. I remember, I'm glad that she did this in short film form because I know some people complain, now we want full music videos. I like that she did it this way because it's something different. And I've been saying that this is what she should have did with the first Confessions. I thought Madonna was going to give us like each video will be a continuation to the last because remember when we saw Hung Up and then you watch Sorry feels like it's a continuation from Hung Up. So I was thinking like, oh, maybe this is the direction it's going to do with that album. But then she didn't kind of follow through. I don't know what the politics was behind that had happened, why that didn't happen. But I'm going to have to look into that and see what that was. But I do like the idea that this feels fully realized with Confessions too. So based off of what I heard so far, I'm liking it. I'm looking forward to the new album and the tour. When that happens in 2027. But yeah, I definitely want to hear from y'all regarding all this. So y'all know what to do. Let me know in the comments down below. Well, hold on, because we got a lot of comments up in here. Thoughts on Adam Lambert and his dating LA scene, saying New York gay dating is much better. I agree with him, and I've said this plenty of times. I think one of the reasons I didn't like about LA, and literally what they were saying is like you're dealing with a lot of content creators, OnlyFans. He said OnlyFans, they prostitutes, chair. You dealing with prostitutes, you dealing with people that are trying to be famous, and that's what all that is out there because that's what LA is. Everybody's trying to get put on. In New York, you have your lineup of celebrity or people who are famous, but you can come across all different types of gay people from all different walks of life. You can hook up with somebody who's a lawyer. You can hook up with somebody that's a teacher's assistant or a teacher. You can hook up with somebody that's an usher at a theater. You can hook up with somebody that's a doctor, a lawyer, a chef, whatever. We all have different occupations in New York. It's a melting pot. So there's a lot to choose from in New York. But in LA, it's like, yeah, if you're in that specific scene, you're gonna run into people who kind of are all after the same thing. And it kind of gets tedious and boring. Idris is an American, so it's no wonder he would mischaracterize what I'm glad that you was the only one that noticed that. That's why I said like you used the word woke in the wrong connotation. I was hoping that too, and that was the only thing I was upset about the whole Yonder situation because I feel like that Q&A should have been filmed. If she knew she was going to lock up the phones and want people to be present, I do feel like the Q&A should have been something that should be recorded because I know the fans who weren't able to get out there would have wanted to hear the conversation and see that. So I hope that they filmed it. But I don't know. The people who were there hasn't said if there were any cameras that were rolling. I wouldn't be surprised if he did, because what he got going on, that talk show, they filmed that earlier in the day. And yeah, they filmed those late night shows early. That's why it's like when I've worked Knicks games, he's been there for sitting courtside. Child, one of my coworkers told me a story about Jimmy Fallon. I wish I could tell y'all, but I ain't trying to lose my that he was a mess. So I'm gonna have to say that for the memoir. Waiting for tonight, low key about rent was due. Okay, it was also It was also Y2K. Bruce Campbell, Anderson Cooper, Old Man Silk, Double. Yes, One Step Away. I definitely love that song. It's like one of my favorites right now. I can't wait to hear it in full. Hey, Louise. He said, I heard her episodes on the studio was supposed to be if the biopic was released and was a huge. Yeah, it's supposed to be like a parody of sorts, an alternate universe of the film. There were so many Easter eggs throughout the film. No, Debbie Mason was also in the video, but they had the actors who were supposed to play them in the biopic. So they had Odessa Azion, who I believe was up for the role of Debbie, and also Julia Fox, who was up for the role of Debbie. So, but yes, Debbie Mason is in the video during the bathroom sequence. Okay. She did upload 4 previews on the song. Oh yeah, I did see that. There's actually a clip of Danceteria on YouTube, but I don't want to hear the clip. I want the whole song. So I'm not even going to listen to that. I'm waiting for the whole songs and stuff to come out before that happens. Hold on a second. I think that is the job calling. Oh, that's for a shift on Friday. Hold on. Well, I ain't gonna be able to work that because I'm at City Field that day. Geriatric Silk doing her own. Well, we ain't doing that up in these comments. They said was the planned release date, but Olivia announced hers first. They said didn't realize how much I miss visuals until watching Confessions 2. I've watched it so many times. I'm still finding hidden gems. Well, yeah, you're gonna have to watch it a lot more times to be able to catch everything, because I've only seen it twice. So but yeah, because we haven't really gotten visuals. What we've been getting is like these 2-minute music videos, or they're like these DIY videos with these no budget DIY videos, or there's artists aren't really putting efforts in it. And we already know that Madonna comes from a world of visual artistry. MTV, she is of the MTV generation where music videos enhance the musical experience. So finding a new creative ways to get people to get into what she's doing, might as well do it. And I feel like under one little thing, if you can give people snippets of videos and creating a whole situation around it, I can definitely see a lot more people doing that. You said, well, I like read my lips too. I do wonder if she's talking about her lips as in what's between her legs. Because I was thinking that as well. I was like, are we talking about what's between me down there? Annie. Hold on. Of course not. Whatever. Distractions. Okay. I heard it took 6 months to film. Yeah, because everybody, the schedules and stuff was crazy. So yeah, it would take a long time, especially if you're doing something like that. Julia Garner looks so much like Madonna in the 80s. And I think that's why Madonna cast her to play her in the film. Hopefully it still happens. All OG ballroom dancers praise M got the love platform she gave. And she hired some of them. And my thing is this. My thing is, as an artist, if I'm bringing people in and giving them a platform and the collabs that they're part of the whole situation, and you get to travel the world, giving you the platform to go do what you got to do. Now, once I'm done and I move on to the next era, it's up to you to want to keep that going. it's not the artist's responsibility. So if any of the ballroom girls, and this was your opportunity when you got pushed into the mainstream, and you want to, and you find other ways to keep that going, then you keep it going. So I hate that people always try to blame on like, well, she could have gave. Like, look, I did what I did, and I know it makes it sound like oh, I'm just doing it because I just want to show like I'm part of the whatever. But if I'm giving them a platform, I'm actually bringing the ballroom people in and giving them a place where they can actually showcase what they do, and I'm not going to just have a bunch of dancers learn the choreography. I actually have the ballroom kids come in and actually do what they do. That's giving them a platform, and if you want to continue that, then you can. I'm surprised she didn't get FKA Twigs as a cameo. I would have loved, yeah, it would have been cool to see FKA Twigs in there, but she was probably busy at the time because she's been out here. I think at the time when they were filming the video, FKA Twigs has been touring, so that's probably why she wasn't in it. I liked how she used the intro to Lucky Star in Bring Your Love. I heard that right away. Appropriation isn't solely about intent. You can have genuine appreciation for a culture and still appropriate it. I believe Madonna genuinely cares for the gays, but profiting off of queerness. And look, at these days, it seems like everybody's profiting off of queerness, except the gays. The first 6 songs are in the film. Love Sensation is a bonus track not available on. Well, I forgot about that. That it is not. It's not a singles. I mean, it's not. It's on the deluxe edition, right? The scattered vocal stems of "I Feel So Free" was amazing. First of all, I need that remix of "I Feel So Free." Um, that queer people can't inherently makes you an appropriator. Yeah, Good for the Soul and Dance Interior are like my top 2 favorites right now. And I like Read My Lips, my vaginal lips. I'm just gonna still equate that with she talking about her cootie cat. Even if she not. If she's talking about these lips or the one between me down there, I just think I'm gonna go filthy with it. Even Physical Attraction on her first album had a spoken part. Yes, it did. Queer people don't want to bring their culture into the mainstream. If we did, we would be more accepted. Like Jose Extravaganza said, you need a Madonna to bring you into the mainstream. I don't know if that's necessarily true because I think there are some queer people that would love to bring what they do into the mainstream. The reality of the matter is the mainstream don't want to bring us into the mainstream. So sometimes it takes an ally like a Madonna to bring us to the forefront. Because then it's like these people behind the scenes got to figure out, well, how do I market this gay artist to a mainstream audience? Hence why a lot of the queer artists hide until they're mainstream and then they want to come out. Like the George Michaels and the Ricky Martins and the Elton Johns and all of the like. So I do think there are some queer artists that would love to be mainstream, but if it's going to compromise their artistic creativity, then I don't think they're willing to do that. Because I'm sure if Adam Lambert was able to, if it was up to him, I think he would definitely love to see his stuff more mainstream. And he says he made more of his money from Queen. He said that's where the real money came from. It wasn't from all the other stuff he did. Him traveling with Queen, that's where the real coin came in. There are plenty of queers that want to be mainstream. The lack of acceptance is about bigotry, and making queer culture momentarily mainstream is not the same thing as making queers mainstream. Absolutely. So that's what I said. I don't necessarily agree with that. Because trust and believe, if I was at a point if I was like someone of Madonna stature and me being openly homosexual, trust and believe, I would definitely love to have her career. I would love to be able to do arenas. I wouldn't do stadiums because I wanted that closeness of people, like that intimate closeness or whatever. So I would love to do like the arena thing where I have a cool stage, a lot of choreography, a lot of sickening costumes, light shows, all kinds of I would love to have all the bells and whistles and give y'all a full-on experience. So, but I just happen to suck dick behind the scenes. Now, I would love to be able to bring y'all all of that, but it's like the mainstream, especially in America, they have a disdain for homosexuality and sexuality. Y'all like being in the closet and doing y'all dirt behind the scenes, but hating and condemning the gays. Bussy. So, stuff like that. I was listening to I'm Real remix earlier today. The one Jennifer song, I Can't Stop Myself from Skipping. But it is a good song, though. Not you listening to Glitter. You are shady. Not you going from Jennifer to Mariah. Twig's videos for you sexual appeal art. Absolutely. And her tour was good too. Especially when she has a ballroom sequence where she brought, I don't know if she did it at every show. I know she did it at Coachella. But in New York, she brought out the ballroom girls for a segment. There was a lot of people in my job that was hating on that show. I'm like, because I don't know real art. So it was the older people. I was like, FK was giving it. To my one person trying to compare her to Yoko Ono. I'm like, you definitely telling your age some damn Yoko Ono. Get out of here. Walking on Sunshine might be my, I'm not going to hold you. I do like that song. Well, that is a cute song, though. Wait, what happened with Adam Lambert? When I look back at it, Nas X is a flash in the pan, like Adam Lambert and Troye Sivan became in the mainstream media. Out and proud homosexuals never last long in the mainstream for now. And if you can give that Madonna type of show on a smaller stage, that's not bad either. Oh, speaking of which, you told me to remind you about Ariana Grande Frappuccino. So drop what you had to say in the comments before we move on to the next thing. It's basically because we can't be sexual beings in our art. That's why most gay men love being independent. Is it expensive? Yes, but you can be sexual and not hide that you love having sex with men. I saw someone say on YouTube that Yoko Ono walked for Bjork. Not y'all trying to compare Bjork's vocals to some damn Yoko. At least Bjork be on key. Look, what closet? And you said that's why I love literature and visual art. It never turns into a popularity contest. If you look in the right places, there's not you trying to I see what you did there. There's homosexual sex everywhere in books and art. Absolutely, what you said. So, um, I agree with you on that. I love literature. I love visual art, and I think that's what Madonna incorporates a lot into her work as well. She loves reading. She loves actual art, like paintings and things, like Frida Kahlo and all those. Her favorite painter. Paintings is of Frida Kahlo paintings and all that stuff. Remember, she dated Basquiat, who was also an amazing artist. Died very young. I think it was like 27. So, oh well, shout out to her. When did that happen? Where was I? Well, look, she out here eating that old Scandinavian coochie. Shout out to her. I guess all is full of love. But anyway, I don't know what you were going to say in regards to the whole. Okay. So you did write it. So Miss Frappuccino, when I tell you, it felt like watching an entirely brand new artist. I could hardly recognize her compared to the last tour she went on in 2019. Here's the thing: the clips that I saw online, I'm gonna have to say, Ariana Grande Frappuccino, as I like to call her. Speaking of which, I saw her brother. He was he did. Is he in Tight Knee? Because I saw him. He was performing on the Tonys last night. Ariana looks and sounds fabulous. I know people get on her because they feel like she's too skinny. I don't know how she does it running in them damn high ass heels, but she was doing it in that first show. Running around that stage in them big old shoes, the boots. Looks great, sounded great. I love the sequence where she floats up in the air into the little thing at the top. It was like she was ascending amongst her fans. I loved it. Like I said, she looked good. She sounded good. Based on, I even love the stage design. It looked really good, like it was decaying at one point. So it was very theatrical. I guess her being an actress that rubbed off on her. So I love what I saw. I don't know. A lot of people was hating on the show. Oh, because she didn't do all these songs, whatever. First of all, she has a lot of songs to choose from in the catalog. She's choosing songs that I guess goes with the overall theme of what she's trying to tell in the show. So if you're not going to hear your favorite song, it happens. Like things are going to get left out. When you've had the longevity that a lot of these artists have had, you're not going to get everything you want. But she's giving you your money's worth. She's giving you a good show. And people seem to be enjoying it. And based off of what I saw, I definitely think this looks like a good show. I wish she was bringing it to the Garden. But of course, Harry Styles is taking over. So all the good shows that we should be getting, like Robin, Ariana, who else? Charli XCX, we're about to talk about. They're all going to fucking Barclays. So we're going to miss out on it. Thank You Next was her last good era. Well, a lot of people keep saying that. Yeah, okay, so he is in tight knee. Shout out to him. And why is everyone doing house sets now? Yeah, that is true, because that did remind me of like Sabrina when she did it. It said Sabrina was the first to do it post-COVID, and now she's inspiring Gaga, Madison Beer, now Ariana. Well, oh yeah, Madison Beer's show is actually coming to my job next month. If I get scheduled for that show, I'll definitely let y'all know how it was. Listen, did Gaga have a house? Well, technically, she had an opera house, so I guess we could put it in there. But yeah, it seems to be a lot of house themes going on with these shows. Yeah. Oh yeah, I did. Well, Deborah Cox. Yeah, I did see her. My friends are going to the show in LA next week. Oh, you're talking about Ariana? Oh, one of the things I forgot to mention is that with Madonna, they did say that she is in talks to do a show in London because, when she did the little pop-up show in Manhattan, that the Brits got a little case of the FOMO. So she may be doing that over there. We'll see if that story actually happens, but Daily Mail mentioned it and The Sun mentioned it. So I'm sure she's going to be popping up a lot of different places to promote the new Allenton. I mean, the new Allenton, because I'm reading this. So I caught the last part and I just combined the words. To promote the new album is what I wanted to say. She's so thin, I'm worried about her. You could see the bones popping out of her. Yeah, she is definitely too damn thin. Girl, I need you to eat a couple of burgers. But if that's what she want to be, because that's how she looking on screen. Screen adds 10 pounds. You can only imagine what she look like in real life. Some songs are too emotional for them to sing, but it reminds them of a bad time in their life. I love the show overall, even if she excluded my favorite album from Miss Thing. But this just goes to prove that I fell out of love with Miss Frappuccino. I miss her tan skin, high ponytail. Well, she's the ponytail in the last show, but it's like she is shedding that whole vibe. But yeah, but well, I mean, I have no cultural reference because I never really was into Ariana Grande like that. She wasn't really my. I mean, I liked a couple of her songs, but she was never my judge in that way. Well, you saw Erica Kurt cameo. You said the quote a viral tweet. It's crazy how we think of Ariana as this sweet, shy person when she was our ghetto, not your ghetto auntie. A mess. Well, speaking of colonizers, I guess you could talk about Miss Ariana. Her entire post-Wicked rebrand is based a lot on Audrey Hepburn. Well, wasn't there a rumor going around that she was trying to fight for that Audrey Hepburn role, and then it went to Lily Collins, I think. So I'm hearing that was what that was. She was trying to play her in a movie, and she didn't get the part. So that could be it. But anyway, all right, y'all. So now that we got through the Madonna segment, because we always know like whenever we talk about Madonna, it's always gonna be a long segment with a lot of people with a lot of comments. But keep them coming though. Let's get into our next topic. And let's talk about Charli XCX. So shortly after she announced that she's got a new album coming out called Music Fashion Film, Miss Charlene has announced that she is going on tour, but a brief North American tour. I don't necessarily know what the UK hun. I don't know what the UK leg or the European leg look like, but we just going to talk about the North American leg. So on Monday, June 8th, the rock music singer, songwriter who's 33, announced a string of North American arena dates for her upcoming music fashion film tour with opening act Underscores, which we talked about earlier. I am obsessed with Underscore's new album, You. If y'all have not heard it, definitely, if you're like into that whole hyper electro pop stuff, the production on that album is sickening. I love the vocals. It is a good record. It is no shade. It is literally, I think, top 5 album of the year. Speaking of which, if I'm not mistaken, I think Stereo Gum did an article on the best albums of 2026 so far. Underscores was added, as well as Slater's Worst Girl in America, which I heard she tore it down over at the Governor's Ball over the weekend. That album was number 1 on their list. So shout out to the hyperpop girls. They're definitely doing their thing. And Miss Charlene has her little, her upcoming tour coming out. I do have the overall photo, like a little paper with all the North American dates on it. So yeah, so she basically said, can't wait to party together again. It's gonna be cute. This is what she said alongside the announcement on IG. Now kicking off September 11th in Philly, the tour will make stops in cities including New York, technically Brooklyn, Toronto, Boston, Atlanta, Los Angeles, and more before wrapping on October 23rd in Las Vegas. So yeah, so on September 11th, she's in Philly. Barclays Center, because it said Brooklyn. Where else she going? September 14th and the 15th. The 21st, sorry, should be in Toronto, Ontario. Boston should be there on September 24th. Washington, D.C., September 28th. Atlanta, October 6th. San Diego, October 14th. And then L.A. should be there on October 17th and 18th. Glendale, Arizona, October 21st. And Las Vegas, Nevada should be there on the 23rd. So she's only doing a couple of days. And I think she learned her lesson because here's the thing. I did have somebody in the comments that said, is this a case of blue dot fever again? I think that would be something you would have to worry about if we were talking about the Sweat Tour. Because y'all bit off more than you could chew with that tour the last time you did that in the US. But I think with her and her team, she paid attention and realized that doing that tour, what were the areas in the US that she would be able to get a big audience? So I do feel like Atlanta, what is it? Atlanta, New York, Philly, Toronto, DC, Atlanta, as I said earlier, LA, Arizona, Glendale, and Vegas. Those would be the top areas that she would accumulate a lot of money. So, no shade. She could just do that where she's out there. Now, tickets first become available through the artist presale on June 12th. That's this week, local time. And fans can sign up via Live Nation through June 10th at 11 p.m. Eastern Time. The general on sale kicks off the same day at 1 p.m. local time. Now, for the tour, she is offering a limited number of $20 Angel tickets to be made available in August. Additionally, a limited edition for charity ticket. A limited amount of charity tickets will be available for the first 5 rows of each venue, with $50 of net proceeds going to the Transgender Law Center. The Grammy winner's new album, Music Fashion Film, comes out on July 24th. Ahead of the release, she dropped the singles Rock Music and SS26. Now, the album cover, shot by Aiden Zamiri, was revealed last week and features John Cale, Mark Jacobs, and Martin Scorsese, which hence the title, which is Music Fashion Film. Those are the people that I guess she would use as muses for that whole thing. And I actually think this is pretty smart that she's doing in the context of the $20 Angel tickets and the charity tickets will be available for the first 5 rows of each venue, with $50 of net proceeds going to the Trans Law Center. Who knows? Maybe I'll wait around that time to do that whole charity thing because it's going to the trans community. But I like the fact that she's actually going to be auctioning off or making cheaper tickets for, and I wish other artists would do that too, because tickets these days for shows is getting crazy expensive. I'm starting to consider, do I want to go to this show? This might be a good show to go to. Child, quiet as it's kept. There's so many shows I want to go to right now. I want to see Robin. I want to see Tove Lo or Tove Lu. I want to see Slater. I want to see Charli. So that's like 4 shows I want to see so far. And so there's a lot of great shows. I would have liked to have seen Kesha. She was over the weekend, but that was all the way out in Jones Beach. And Charli, I didn't want to travel all the way out there. So shout out to you, Charli. I don't know if some people say this is too soon for her to be going out on tour, but look, if she's ready to get out there and perform, and she only wants to do a small amount of dates in the US and pace herself and do a bigger tour down the road in other parts of the world, then we'll see how that all works out when she crosses that bridge. But shout out to you, girl. I mean, even though I'm not feeling a lot of these songs so far from this album, I'll listen to the album and see what she's going to be given with this record. And maybe it sounds better when you listen to it from beginning, middle, and end versus the single choices. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of Charli announcing that she's heading back out on tour? Because how long has it been since Brat? Maybe like 2 years, and she's already giving us new music. Clearly, she was inspired. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. Let me know what your thoughts are on this story in the comments down below. All right, so I saw a movie with Jennifer Love Hewitt as well. Yeah, that came out 100 years ago. I hate the cover for the album. Yeah, I don't like it either. I wish we would have gotten an album with her on it, not a bunch of icons. I tagged you in a comment, but a twink, that's why, said, why are we letting 70-year-old women go clubbing? Let's just say everybody slammed him, but some gays said, if you're still clubbing at that age, you need a mental health institute as a house. Well, they would know. And if y'all run, I just don't give a fuck what other people think. If she wants to go out and do clubs because she can and she has the money to do so, she can do that. If she wants to be, and she's not 70, she's 67, get it together. So, if you're mad because your mother looks like an old wide back hag, and you wish your mother looked like a Madonna or your grandmother, whatever, because your parents was out here laying low and spreading it wide at a young damn age. That ain't got shit to do with Madonna. She can do whatever the hell she wants at whenever she wants, however she wants. And you could sit on the sidelines in the comments being mad while she's out here doing her and living her best life while you're over there hating outside the club because your funky ass can't get in it. Now, when I tell you I couldn't recognize any of the people on her album cover, to be honest, I couldn't either. The only one I recognized was Martin Scorsese because I know who Martin Scorsese is and I followed his career. And I told you my high school teacher was in his film Taxi Driver. Then that's how I know. But I didn't even recognize Marc Jacobs. Well, first of all, Marc Jacobs like a whole new person anyway because he lost all that way back in the day. And she said, you heard the names. I love the Velvet Underground, but I could not for the life of me tell that was John Cale. Mm-hmm. Yes, you do. Everybody noticed she's not doing Midwest or the South. That's because that's not where they made their money. So yeah, queer friendly, or I guess queer artists don't do that well down there. Like people in the South or the Midwest are not really listening to Charli. They're listening to Slater, but they're not listening to, I guess, Charli in a way. Has Rosalita done her No, she hasn't. That's why I said I swapped. That's not happening until next week, I think. Yeah, I think next week is her show. The 18th is when I'm doing her show. That's the one I swapped the Knicks game 4 for, which I'm like, maybe I should have just waited to see if Vortex has popped up and I could have picked one to work Rosalia, but I didn't want to take the risk. I'm like, look, if I'm not there to be in the room during game 4, it is what it is. But for the most part, at least I get to work the Rosalia concert. Like you said, her tour made noise for its first week and then no one cared anymore. Just like, well, I heard the new tour is actually pretty good. Ariana and Ethel have broken up after 3 years. Raise your hand if you saw that coming. Oh, you said Ariana and Ethan. Oh, I don't know why I read that as Ethel. I was like, wait, when did Ariana and Ethel Kane go together? Well, child, we all saw that coming. That's what happens when you don't close your legs to a married damn man. And he was willing to leave her ass. Don't forget Melanie said, oh, yeah, she's coming to New York. Actually, one of my friends just did an event with her at Pride. He told me about it over the week. I said, oh, if I tell a certain somebody, meaning you, I said, oh, he gonna flip out. He said, yeah, I'm gonna be doing a Pride thing with Melanie C. I was like, all right. He's also one of the photographers that was personally requested by one of my crushes, David Archuleta. People have broken the news that they quietly broke. Yeah, we heard that they broke up. I'm gonna tell y'all something. I kind of knew it because there have been a few times that Ethan Slater has shown up to the Garden at a game by himself. So I kind of sense that, they have broken up. Because they've shown him a couple of times. Ariana never had a hot ex except. You got a point. She was with Mac. Well, Big Sean is good looking, I think. He big down there too. Hence being called Big Sean. So yeah, Big Sean. She also had Mac Miller, but Mac Miller is an acquired taste. But Pete Davidson is an acquired taste too. But yeah, everybody says he's well endowed. He was mad that that was revealed about himself. But it's like, yeah, you're tall and lanky. We all know that a lot of boys who are kind of like shaped like a Pete Davidson or built like a Pete Davidson. 9 times out of 10, you know them boys are walking around like hung like a horse. It's her final album under a 2-album deal with Atlantic, and we expect a track referencing film as the final preview track. Are we talking about Charli still? Is he? I love the idea of a Princess Fiona finding her ugly, but they did always look kind of awkward together. But if that's who she wanted to break up a marriage for, then you go ahead, girl. Yeah, I didn't understand the whole point of that, but I'm like, sir, how do you feel? Yeah, I heard. I saw the clips online. The PCD show was well received. They hint at a US tour, but it will be theaters and club dates. Well, I'm sure. Look, smart move. It's funny how it took y'all having a big ass piece of humble pie for y'all to get to that point. But we could have told you that from the beginning. Why didn't you take a page out of Danity Kane's playbook? Danity Kane did Webster Hall. That's what y'all should do too. You could do Webster Hall. Yeah, do a smaller venue. Child, don't even try Radio City. I mean, Radio City got a lot more seats, but don't push your luck. Do smaller venues. Before they demolish it, do the theater at the Garden. I mean, if you want to come to the Garden, you can still do the theater. It's like 5,000 seats. You can do that. That's cute enough. And if you have to do multiple nights, then do multiple nights. But arenas, y'all tried it. You really need to get back in the good graces of the fandom. So if you're gonna come to America, you have to start from the ground and work your way up. You can't just swing big because you're going to end up with egg on your face. And no shade, I like some of the Pussycat Dolls song. I like Nicole Scherzinger. She's pretty. Look at my Polynesian sister. Shout out to you. But y'all are not that group. Yeah, you are amongst a small group of people. Y'all not Fifth Harmony. You're not the Spice Girls. You're not even Destiny's Child, even though there's like 3 of you. But still, you're not even Danity Kane. You just gotta start small and work your way up. So I'm glad that they're doing that. And if that's the case, then it's cute. I remember when she was with Big Sean, I thought they were so cute together. Ariana and Mac were a cute pair. Pete Davidson looked like he's well, look, Kim Kardashian was with him too. Her dancer ex was cute too, but yeah, she loved her. And what her dancer ex look like? Oh wait, oh no, I was thinking Christina. I was like, wasn't he a homosexual? But no, that was Christina Aguilera. Remember when Christina Aguilera was dating a homosexual dancer? It happens. I heard he used to carry. We have the Van Buren, which houses 1K people. That's reasonably doing 1,000 people. It's cute. Her dancing skills diminished a bit too. Not well, yeah, she wasn't the best dancer. She was just that girl that hit the notes. She could do a couple of moves. Not the Sugar Babes. Love the Sugar Babes though, but you might be on to something with that one. But yeah, she don't need to get up there. Let the 2 backup dancers do all the heavy lifting with the dance, and then the other people you brought up in there. Everybody keeps saying somewhere Melody laughing. Look, quiet as it's kept, Melody wasn't that great of a singer either. But y'all had her in the group. I would argue PCD is bigger than Fifth Harmony. The latter had a reunion, and you might be onto something because quiet as it's kept. Nobody cares about Fifth Harmony outside them going solo. Y'all didn't care about Boreanaz. You damn sure don't care about Camila Gaborin. So there's that. Look, I don't make the news. I just report it. Because if y'all cared, y'all be out there. Oh, yeah. I forgot about Little Mix. But look, we live for Jade Thirlwall. We do love her solo music. So there's that. All right, y'all. So now let's move on and let's talk about Miss Tayonce Knowles Carter Swift, because apparently word on the street is that Miss Mamas and Travis Kelce, is he gonna have the Travis Kelce haircut? You know, which I hate the fact that y'all try to colonize the fade and talk about that his haircut was the Travis Kelce. No, it is a fade. It is something that us urban folks do with our hair. If my hair was actually done, I would have a fade because I didn't do my hair today. It's just curly. And you can see on the sides I did get a haircut, but I ain't do my hair today. So whatever. Normally I have a hat on, but I ain't feel like putting one on. What you see is what you get. But so yeah, word on the street is that the Garden about to be booked and busy between Harry Styles, between the chaos that's probably happening as we speak with the Knicks night, game 3 at the Garden against the Spurs, and now they talking about that Tay Tay and Travis A are getting married at MSGA. So I don't know if it's actually true, but because Page Six and them is reporting it, let's take it with a grain of salt. So multiple sources are telling Page Six that Tay Tay and Travis' wedding will take place at MSG, home of the Knicks, Rangers, and numerous concerts, including Swift's. But everyone, they said, has been sworn to secrecy. Well, then how did y'all find out about it? A rep for MSG did not respond to requests for comment. Now, this story did come out on Friday. It was something that we had saw that was saying it or whatever. I did call it BS. Even we asked people that we work with. From what I've heard, I don't know if it's true or not, but crazy things happen. A lot of times they don't tell us nothing until the last minute. So if it does happen, it's going to happen, and they probably whoever's working it, because they're going to have all these people in there. I'm sure they're going to have those of us who are going to have to be working up in there as well. Will probably be sworn to secrecy and have to sign NDAs. So I ain't trying to get sued. Now, Page Six previously exclusively reported that the pop superstar and Kansas City Chiefs tight end, tight end, both 36, are planning to tie the knot in New York over July 3rd weekend. So, of course, you want to choose the time Madonna is going to be releasing her new album to get married. Now, sources saying that when it came to picking a place for the high-profile occasion, privacy was a number one importance to them both. The source added that the potential plan would involve guests being transported to the venue on blacked out buses and taking advantage of MSG's multiple entrances and highly secure infrastructure. And you want to know something? To think about it, that's actually true, because we do have I ain't going to tell you, but we have ways of getting people in and out of venues without y'all seeing. Also, putting them in blacked out vehicles, that's perfect because y'all can't see what they're wearing or who's in these vehicles. So that makes sense. Also, if you set it up like there's a backstage, which we do have that set up where they can have the wedding, her dress and everything, how they set up like for a tour, having her put on the gown or whatever the case is, and having her come out on the stage, whatever, how they do the overall stage design of the wedding, and having possibly the floor set up as like the chairs and all other stuff, that works. So while I'm not sure if this is actually a truthful story, we'll entertain it. Like I said, this sounds like the perfect venue because you can keep it all secret, and there's no way that these people, because our security is crazy up in the Garden. So if any employee like TMZ or on these tabloid types try to sneak in, it's not happening, because we're pretty crazy with the wristbands, credentials, all the other stuff. It's literally like Fort Knox trying to get up in the Garden. The same thing like how you'll see how they going crazy right now with the protocol of security of getting people in for tonight's Knicks game. I could totally see them pulling the same stunt regarding Taylor's wedding, if this turns out to be true. Now, while it seems an odd choice for a ceremony, a source says if you have billions, you could transform the space into a wedding venue. Yes, you can, because like I said, Madison Square Garden is a venue. You could turn it into whatever you want. So if you're going to have your wedding, you can come up with all kinds of designs or whatever, trick it out, hire people to just make it into whatever type of fantasy world you want to build it as, and call it that. You could have the wedding there and then transport and have the reception afterwards. It's totally possible that you can turn it into whatever you want to turn it into. And I was sitting there thinking that, because I was trying to see how they could do that. if you need to remove people to transport the wedding, or I don't know if they'll probably do this. Maybe for the wedding, they'll have people coming out of the suites and have them sit on the sides and have them sit there, or maybe in the hundreds for the whole wedding experience. And then for the reception, you have like the tables and stuff set up, kind of like, when you watch like the award shows, like maybe the Golden Globes or something like that. You have like the little round tables with the chairs and all that set up and have people come down. Or what you could do is move everybody who was invited to the wedding to the theater, have them sitting there until everything is set up for the wedding. I mean, for the reception, bring them back in and have, what needs to happen on that part with the whole wedding situation. So however they plan on working that out, we'll see how that works out. But they said that Tay has performed at MSG 8 times, once for 2009's Fearless Tour, twice for Speak Now, and 4 times for the Jingle Ball, Z100 Jingle Ball, by the way. They said the venue also has no events from June 29th through July 6th. Not y'all spilling all our damn tea. So yeah, from June 29th to July 6th, nothing is going on. So you can book anything in between. But I will say this, after July 6th, is a lot of events that we're having. We have about 22 events, I believe, that is going to be popping off in July. So it's going to be busy. We got Bon Jovi, we got Fish, we got Rush, we have Madison Beer. We have, we've got quite a few shows that are going to be happening in July. So July is going to be crazy for me. And all the others that work there. But anyway, so they said, but her decision to tie the knot at MSG might raise eyebrows with hardcore Knicks fans as she turned up with Travis Kelce during Game 3 of the Eastern Conference Finals in Cleveland on May 23rd with the athlete wearing a Cavaliers cap. But what does it have to do with using the Garden? The Garden is known as the world's most famous arena. So using that event because it's New York, it's the center of Midtown Manhattan, and we're very much tight with our security. That seems like a perfect place that nothing can get out. So I could definitely see, if this turns out to be true, that's why it would be a choice. It ain't got nothing to do with whether or not they support the Knicks. It's a venue that you can rent. So that's probably the way she's looking at it. So Carly Claus, Zoe Kravitz, Ed Sheeran, the Haim sisters, Suki Waterhouse, Gigi Hadid, and Selena Gomez are among the stars who reportedly snagged invites to the upcoming nuptials. But you ain't hear nothing about Blake Lively. Now, not on the invite list, Miles Teller and his wife, Kelly Sperry, were snubbed after having an apparent falling out. The Luvs singer and Kelce were also spotted several times around the city last month, dining at spots like Oresh and Via Carota. The speculation was that the megastars were in town to oversee preparations for the big day. Security is said to be high in the city over Independence Day weekend. The NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch, shout out to her, she, I see her at the Garden a lot too, spoke earlier and she might be there tonight, spoke earlier this week about the security needed in NYC for the numerous events happening over the holiday weekend, including July 4th and America's 250th celebrations like Sail Forth, which will see ships floating through the harbor to salute Lady Liberty. There is also the NBA Finals and the World Cup game at MetLife Stadium that Sunday. In potentially Taylor Swift's wedding, she said, Tish quickly added, I'm kidding. Mm-hmm. Swift has close ties, as you know, to the Big Apple. She moved into 2 adjacent penthouses in Tribeca in 2014, converting them into one large duplex. From there, she brought the townhouse next door and a 3,500 square foot loft in the same building. She rented a spot on Cornelia Street in 2016 while the Tribeca spot was being renovated. A song of the same name appeared on her 2019 album Lover. Now, in 2014, she also wrote the song, Welcome to New York, God is waiting for you. It's an ode to the city. Swift even served as New York City's Global Welcome Ambassador from 2014 and 2015, and the song was used to promote NYC tourism. The couple also got engaged in August of 2025, are joining the ranks of a number of celebs who have wed in the city, including Beyonce and Jay-Z, Sarah Jessica Parker and Matthew Broadway. Well, they're New Yorkers, Sarah Jessica Parker and Matthew Broadway, and also Catherine Zeta-Jones and Michael Douglas. So this sounds like fun. We'll see if it turns out to be true once we get close to that situation. And so if she decides to get married at Madison Square Garden, I think it's an interesting choice because it's different. It's an indoor venue. Nobody's gonna be able to get any kind of footage because if she does it like in any kind of a venue, the security's not gonna be as tight. If she does it in a backyard venue, you're gonna have people trying to sail drones over their situation, helicopters, whatever the case is. At least inside MSG, it's gonna be quiet, it's peaceful, you can get stuff done. There probably will be a situation where, similar to um the Phoebe Bridgers event, where they said this is the one time, because we do have to carry devices that look like phones, that if there's any kind of a situation, we got to call it in. So base, we'll get, if you need medical attention, whatever the case is, we use it to get in touch with base and they help us get what we need to get done in the quickest way possible. There might be a time where they be like, no, we can't use the devices because they're going to assume that we're trying to film. If you need to get on your phone for any reason, step outside the arena. Because if you're on your phone, they automatically want to think you trying to take pictures, whatever the case is, and you will be fired. So it'll probably be a similar situation regarding Taylor Swift, because they ain't going yonder our phones like they probably will the celebrity guests. But if you're an employee working there, you just got to be careful with that whole phone situation. And there be times that people be coming up in the VOMs and they be feeling, I said, y'all need to be careful with that because, the cameras is watching. You end up being fired. Don't say I didn't warn you. I'm looking out for you. But if you're going to get cute with your mouth and you end up getting fired, don't say I didn't tell you. Sometimes you motherfuckers got to learn the hard way. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Do you believe in the possibility that Tay-Tay and Travis will be getting married at New York City's iconic Madison Square Garden? She would be, cute if they did. I can understand why they would choose that venue. But yeah, seems like an interesting idea. Well, we'll see if that actually turned out to be true, according to these tabloid reports. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Melanie was the worst dancer. Oh yeah, they did mention that she was not the greatest dancer. They didn't even let her do the choreography and the buttons. Okay. Child, don't even get me started on her trying to hit the high note when she was getting mad because she felt like Nicole was hogging up all the vocal and stuff, and she came out. It's like, girl, find the note. What are you doing? A mess. Fuck Simon putting all the money in one direction, and Little Mix had to fend for themselves. Only girl group to have 3 U.S. top 20 albums from the U.K. I thought the wedding wasn't going to be a big spectacle. I went to my first wedding on Saturday, and when I tell you, I was so disappointed that my cousin wore an average, not just about an average wedding dress. Maybe that's all they could afford. Who remembers GRL? One of the members died from oh, I don't know if I remember that. Remember Cleopatra? They was on Maverick Records. Coming at you. That was the name of their album. I'll be at Hillary. Oh yeah, Hillary Duff also, I believe, has 2 shows that day. In next month. Rest in peace, Simone Battle. He Likes Boys still goes hard. Well, Onyx knows. Child, a mess. These people out here. It was not a suicide. If I remember correctly. You already know that Taylor's wedding is going to overshadow Confessions 2 in pop culture news. If it happens in the same week, I just want to see her wedding dress. I have a hyperfixation on them. Andrew Watt and Circuit co-wrote and co-produced Danceteria. I just know some base is seething knowing they didn't give their best, but I said, why does it give Ava Max tease? What, Danceteria? Are we talking about the Gaga bass? I was thinking about her when I was watching that video. Oh, speaking, you said, what did you hear about Phoebe Bridgers performing at the Garden? Well, I heard that. I heard she was good. From what my coworkers that worked there told me, it was a good show. It's funny now she's going on a no phones tour. I guess after that last thing was a success, now she's out here talking about she going on a whole no phones tour. So all of them is gonna be yonder, and that's why I said, Madonna, you need to take heed because you might want to do that with this upcoming tour if you plan on doing one. If you want everybody to be up in the moment, you might want to have them lock up their phones. Screwworm. is now attacking dogs in New Mexico. My cat needs to be trained to use the litter box. Travis Kelce is hitting. Look, you like it, I love it. I haven't seen the Kayla Says video about Phoebe's show, but I saw phone-free I didn't even know she did a video of phone-free concerts are classiest AF. Immediately knew my generation was doomed. Well, if they're gonna get mad, oh well, stay your ass home. Some of y'all need to learn how to engage without your phones being, the barrier. Like, use your actual eyes. This screen should not be the only thing that you have to look through in order to be present in a moment. God actually gave you eyes that work. Use those to be your window into whatever world you're about to be transported in. But a lot of them don't want to do that. Hold on, because some of these videos kind of just started, I gotta fix some things before we get to the next topic. All right. Sidebar. Any thoughts on Olivia Rodrigo bagging a Robert Smith feature for new album? I am drooling at the mouth for this new album. Well, I'll listen to it and give my Onyx has a clever way of using certain words that you can't be saying on social media. I agree. They should make all concerts phone free. I just wish people be in but y'all spend more time wanting to record and take pictures. And I know you're not even going to keep watching the footage when you get home. You just want to film it just to say that you was there. Take your pictures of if you're in the arena, but once you step inside and they have to yonder the phone, you're just gonna have to deal with what you gotta. But they do make for certain occasions and emergencies. Like if you have a medical situation, they don't allow you they leave the phone free. And they do have stations that if you need to unlock your phone just so that way you need to use the phone for an emergency, there are yonder stations that you can unlock it and just to get on the phone for a second. But other than that, you gotta lock that up. And then people who are in the arena, you gotta make sure that people ain't recording. Travis was dating Megan, I think. He doesn't have any chem with Taylor. Can't blame. Well, it's not. Look, maybe this is a business situation, kind of like Jay-Z and Beyonce. When you get to a certain status, it ain't about love. It's about business. Some people think that Travis and Taylor might be, happy pride and marrying for convenience. Anyway, we are down to our final 4 topics. So before we get to our final 4 topics of the evening, if you could please do me a solid, hit that like button. If you're new to the channel, hit that subscribe button. Also, be sure to smash the notification bell and all the things so that way, help support the Chris Avalon show. Also, I should say this. Look, we are 3 hours in already. We had a lot to talk about today. This has been a good show. We had a lot of juicy topics because it's been dry out in these streets. But some of these topics, they definitely was hitting today. The universe definitely sparked down on us because there's a lot of great topics that we've been talking about. You said LMA, no, not the Gaylord tease. That's what it's given, allegedly. Child, we still in the closet in 2026. Anyway, so without further ado, let's get into our next topic. And let's talk about Miss Jennifer. So Jennifer has come under fire for giving her opinion on what she believes makes a New Yorker. Because she said that, a lot of people try to claim the city, but if you wasn't born here, you are not a New Yorker. That is her opinion. But some people agree, some people don't. Now, let me play you the clip. And once we are done with the clip, we will come back and talk. Please.
So what's your take?
You have to be born in New York to be a New Yorker.
Yes!
Okay, yeah, I know everybody
agree.
wants to claim the city.
No, I know.
Everybody wants to claim our city, but you have to be born in New York. You have to be born in one of the 5 boroughs to be a New Yorker.
Well, here's the thing.
Okay.
When I moved here in 2012,
Yes.
everyone was like, in 10 years, you can call yourself a New Yorker.
Oh, is that what they said?
Yeah, and then I stayed 10 years.
Said no New Yorker ever.
No, the New Yorkers used to have this as a rule.
That was a rule?
Yes, you didn't know about this?
No. I didn't get the memo. I did not sign the petition.
And you're the official big dog in this. I'm serious. Here's my question.
Okay.
Let's say I've been here for 50 years. I'm 90 years old. And you go, are you a New Yorker? And I go, no.
I have to say no. You live in New York. You take on characteristics of New Yorkers, probably by that time. You have a New York sensibility.
I pay New York taxes,
You pay, yeah, you pay New York taxes.
but I can't call it.
When you're born in New York is when you're really a New Yorker.
So if I've been here for 50 years.
What did I just say? Do I need to say it? See, this is very New York right here. I said what I said, and I meant it. I'm glad this was my first take. Jenny from the block forever, baby.
Okay, what's the next take?
Self-love should be a subject in school from kindergarten all the way through college.
100% agree.
Because they teach us things intellectually, but an intellectual motherfucker with no emotional intelligence is dangerous. He's a dangerous person. Okay? Clock it, all these.
But that's true.
Bars.
They're bad people. That's how you get a bad person.
And if you fail, just like anything else, you can't go out in society. You can't have a job.
You have to keep going until
You have to keep going until you become a good person.
And there would be a lot of people that never come out. There would be a lot of people stuck in self-care class.
Our whole government.
Well, wasn't there a story that came out that a lot of kids are graduating, but a lot of them can't read? So this new generation is cooked, quiet as it's kept. But by the way, that was from Kareem Rama's Subway Takes, where she pretty much did that. And I was wondering, because I saw they was in Brooklyn, because that was J Street, where they did that segment. Well, one of the stops. And I was wondering, how do they do that? Like, do y'all shut down an entire car on a train to film that and then make sure that people can't come up in there or whatever the case is? But anyway, so yeah, what she has said in the matter has pretty much divided the internet, which is not surprising. And there were some celebrities and stuff that weighed in on what she had to say as well. So let's get to some of those. Now, comedian and Brooklyn native Robbie Hoffman commented 100% agree on the Instagram post. Julia Fox, who was born in a small town in Italy but spent most of her childhood in New York City, agreed with the actress and singer as well. She said she's actually right. If you haven't suffered through childhood here, you are not a New Yorker. Sorry. Real Housewives of New York City alum Carol Radziwill disagreed with the star, saying as a born and raised New Yorker herself, she believed that the beauty of the city was claiming it at any age. She said, no, the point is that New York City welcomes everyone. Anyone could be a New Yorker if they choose to make a life here. Duh. Well, here's the thing. I have a problem with that segment because we've got a lot of people that are coming from like Midwest or small towns, whatever the case is, or rich people that come in because they've seen Sex in the City or whatever show, and they automatically think New York is that way. And then y'all come here, because I've been seeing a lot of these videos online, which irks my fucking spirit. A lot of y'all come here and y'all want to change up like Midtown and downtown Brooklyn or whatever. Y'all want to change up the terms and the names of what we've been calling New York all of our lives, and y'all want to call it East Manhattan. I'm like, what the fuck is the East Manhattan? We don't have no damn East Manhattan. We have the Upper East Side. We have the Upper West Side. We got Hell's Kitchen. We got Chelsea. We have, what else we got? We have all these different areas and stuff of like Manhattan and Brooklyn and all these other places. Y'all want to come up here and call in the other shit? No, y'all are not going to colonize our stuff, gentrify the hell out of it, and then try to kill the history of what New York is, which is what a lot of people are getting pissed off anyway, because people are being priced out, gentrification, all those things. So I slightly agree with Jennifer, but I do agree that in certain situations, I feel like if you came up in the school system, if you had to go through if you was living here a long time and survived the concrete jungle, I do think that makes you a New Yorker. I guess maybe for me, I was born and raised here, born in Brooklyn, lived in Brooklyn until I was like, what, 12 years old, moved to Queens. I've lived all places except the Bronx. But I've lived I've lived in Brooklyn, I've lived in Queens, I lived in Harlem, so that's Manhattan. I ain't doing the Bronx. I'll do some Bronx boys, but I won't do the Bronx. Staten Island, we don't even claim her. So, and like I said, Manhattan is Harlem, all part of the same thing. So there's that. Let me see if there was anything else other people had to say. Oh yeah, because you was talking about paying the paying the taxes thing, they ain't got shit to do with the fact that, oh well, I pay a bunch of taxes, therefore that makes me a New Yorker. No, we all gotta pay crazy ass taxes living here. Now another person said in the comments, because I'm gonna read some of the comments that was in that Twitter video. One person said, this is one of the dumbest takes ever for a city of immigrants and one of the most welcoming cities in the world. Some people said that how Hannah for up in here talking this mess. She only claimed New York when she got something coming out. She only Henny from the block when she got new music coming out. Because one person said, saying this about a city where 40% of the population is made up of immigrants continue to be the holy grail of idiotic takes. Another person said, the take is bad, but it's good that Jennifer came with one that's controversial enough to get written up in the New York Times. Too many celebs don't bring real takes. Like Kamala, bacon is a spice. She said that dumb shit. Horrible. Austin Butler, I've never been invited to a bachelor party. What? Another person said, people take it this seriously when Jen herself probably doesn't take what she said seriously since it's no big deal, just playful banter. I don't know what you got from watching that video, but that was not playful banter. Yes, they were going back and forth and they were laughing at parts, but she was dead ass when she said what she said. Come on now. But then your name is the icon J-Lo, so you're pretty much a stan and you're not going to be real with, even though she was talking about I'm real, you're not going to be real with this comment. So another person says she's right, and I don't agree with J-Lo often. Oh, sorry, Jennifer often. You have to be born here to claim being a New Yorker. My sister was born in Buffalo, and me, my mom, and my dad don't let her claim Brooklyn. Is that strict? Well, look, she was technically born in New York, but upstate. So she's not a New Yorker. Because New York, you got to be a part of the 5 boroughs. Now, another person said, as a born and raised New Yorker, I can't all the way agree. At some point, you become a product of your environment. I have plenty of friends born in Jamaica or DR, raised here, heavy NY accent and all. J-Lo hasn't lived in New York in over 10 years. I don't know who she is to make this call, LOL. Yeah, it's like once Kenny left the block, now she want to sit up in here and still claiming New York. But look, I guess in this way, it's still going to be a debate. We're going to have to agree to disagree. And some people don't agree with her on this. Another person said this is the most nativist and xenophobic-ish. What happened to being a nation of immigrants? Anyone could be a true member of society if they live and contribute to it. This take is anti-American. Another person said why she keeps claiming she's Puerto Rican and not even born there. We're not doing that. And another person said, and you should be born in Latin America and call yourself a Latina, but here we are, girl. Another person says, so do you have to be born in America to be an American? Jennifer, because Americans are being robbed of their birthrights by foreigners. Another person says, she's right. Most NYers feel this way, New Yorkers feel this way. Nothing worse than a transplant telling natives what is and isn't our own city. Well, I do have a problem. I already talked about that earlier, that I don't like the transplants coming in and telling us what is and isn't considered a New Yorker. But it just seems like with this story, we're not going to get nowhere on this. We're just going to have to agree to disagree because people are just going to be debating this regardless. And yeah, like I said before, we're going to have to agree to disagree. But I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Do you agree with Jennifer? Or do you think she is, as they're saying, being xenophobic in her regard? Because, yeah, New York, truthfully, is made up of immigrants. We have all different we are a melting pot of people that live in the city, depending on where you go. We have the Chinese, we got Indians, we got Guyanese, we got Jamaicans, we got Haitians, we got Dominicans, we got Puerto Ricans, we got Colombians, and a lot of, so we got a melting pot of people, Filipinos, we got all different melting pot of people that live in New York, which is why I think a lot of people like coming here because it's so diverse. And so I just feel like at the end of the day, we're just gonna have to agree to disagree. But I definitely want to hear y'all debate this in the comments. So y'all know what to do. Gert, leave your debating comments in the comments down below. Or I should say, leave your different opinions in the comments down below. Out of the country, more than likely. You said presses play on charm. Jennifer, beautiful dresses. Well, you mean great gowns, beautiful gowns? And you said, what if you immigrated from another country? For example, we have a lot of Chinese immigrants in San Francisco and call the city their hometown and lived here for decades. Look, if anybody migrates from another country and comes here and makes it their home and they have like the accents, whatever cases, at the end of the day, they're dying to was New Yorkers. But I guess she feels like if you was born here, that makes you a New Yorker. I was born here, so I am a New Yorker. She was born here, so she's a New Yorker. But so it's, well, I do say I like it imported, so I do consider uncut meat imported. People just don't like her fare. This is not a controversial take if you're talking about any other city. Only valid if you're born there or you came as a child. That's how people feel. Such as folks calling Harlem, oh please, don't even get me started. And I lived near Morningside Heights. I had to pass Morningside Heights to get to Harlem. It's a part of Harlem, but Harlem is Harlem. It's not no damn Morningside Heights. But I do agree with you but that first time I heard that, I was like, WT, I was like, Morningside Heights? Y'all just say Harlem. Yeah, her dumbass did say bacon is a spice. I'm like, no damn spice. First of all, bacon is salty. So where is it spicy? Unless you're putting peppers on it. People said Bette Midler, Madonna, and a few others are New Yorkers as well because they're more New York than Midwest. Madonna disowned Michigan. Madonna has lived in New York for over 4 decades, so gentrification in San Francisco is bad. The Mission District is full of known Mexican restaurants, and now they're building apartments. Well, it seems like that's what they like to do. A lot of people like to come in and colonize areas and try to make it their, the home that they grew up in. Like you go to Chinatown, and it's like, it's a part of the United States, it's part of Brooklyn. I mean, it's part of Brooklyn, Manhattan, but y'all got it looking like we literally in China out here. That's another thing. Can a child or descendant of immigrants claim their parents or whomever's home country? My parents are from Mexico. I was born in North Carolina. Can I call myself a Mexican? Good question. That would have been a conversation that you got to get into and see where that debate was, but he ain't asked her that. So it's a deeper conversation, I guess. Everything that Jennifer does makes her even more unlikable. And this little subway take could have been a distraction from the whole Mia Star drama. I totally forgot about that. But that video definitely did well on my channel. I want myself a lover. Who knows what I like? I mean, speaking of which, did y'all see that movie that she did on Netflix? I haven't watched it yet. If you assimilate with the attitude of the city, the lingo, etc., then I can understand. But some people are just posers. Oh yeah, I can't stand a poser. If one of your parents born in Mexico, you can get Mexican citizenship, which is a total key. Come on, Mexican citizenship. Well, I did hear about that you could do that. There's certain countries you could do. I think you could do that with Spain too. My great-grandfather was born in Spain. I wonder if I can get citizenship. All right, y'all. So now let's get into our next topic. And let's talk about Sherri, who said that she's still over here talking about the fact that her show was canceled. So in a recent video, she admitted that she was blindsided over the fact that her show was canceled. And she's saying that she's upset by the matter. So we do have that clip of her talking about that. We're going to play it. And After the clip, we'll come back and we'll give our thoughts on the matter. Please hold.
Kevin, I'm gonna put my shoes on so I can go to the mall.
Girl, you had to leave
Yes,
that
I got
in
to
there.
Kevin. That's my road manager. He's here with me in South Africa. So we're gonna go to the mall really quickly, and I hope everybody's good. Okay,
Ma'am.
and I'm coming back. All right, y'all. Let's see. Have you met the real Guzman? Yes, I sat with her for like 2 or 3 hours to talk to her about her life. You ready?
Yeah, I'm putting shoes on.
Okay, to talk to her about her life. So yes, I've met the real Janelle. And she's so lovely. Oh my gosh, so lovely. Sherri, you are a very hot topic. I am? Why? Miss you. Hey, bestie. What are you drinking? I'm sweet and iced tea with some peaches squeezed in. Do your talk show as a podcast? I'll think about that. Hey, Sherri, a door was shut, but many doors are behind you. Can't wait to see your upcoming movie. Thank you. And you're right. You look amazingly beautiful with all you say you have going on. Love you. Love from Perth, Australia. Hello, Perth, Australia. Miss your show. Thank you. Sounds good. I'll be watching Lifetime all weekend. Sherri, you were the sunshine in my morning. Thank you. Love you, sweetie. Sounds good. Hey, supporting you. You know, I just want to say, I'm not going to read all the comments because my head hurts and so squinting hurts. I appreciate all the support. I appreciate everybody who watched my talk show. It's something that I love doing. It was a dream come true. Of course, I'm disappointed that it is over because I felt like I was just hitting my stride. And I was just, if you do something enough times, you get really good at it. And I felt that I was really like there. But there's a reason that everything happens. And that's where the faith comes in. It's all good when it's all good. But it's how do you respond when it's not all good? And really, my faith says there is something else down the pipeline that I'll get to do to still give you joy, to still give you, the thing that I gave you doing the Sherri show. So I appreciate you, family. And if you want to know what's going on next, go to my website, sherrishepard.com, and sign up, and I'll let you know. I guess I should probably get on that site and do like a welcome video. Because right now, it just happened so suddenly. I was really, really blindsided by the cancellation. So I didn't really get to make plans because I thought it was coming back. But it's all good. It's all good. So go to sherrishepard.com to sign up. Like I have a lot of things happening. I will be, if you're going to Essence Festival, I will be at the Essence Festival on the main stage on Saturday night, I believe. Pre-order a copy of my book, Life is a K-Drama. That's my romance novel. Steamy. And I have some things coming. I think I told everybody about a Broadway show I auditioned for. They're very interested in me. A musical, no less. So I got to get my singing lessons together and just some meetings and things. And I'm working on this movie, Angel in the Rubble, which will be out. It will be out September 12th on Lifetime. So, and I'm sleepy.
So we could just leave it there because it was like, girl, we got the point. But I'm glad that she finally decided to get her shit together because, beforehand, Miss Sherri was, I don't understand y'all when y'all be running around and thinking like, you know what? I didn't have no backup plan. Girl, you should have had a backup plan. Like, I don't know how y'all sit up there and just think that, oh, I got this one little job, so I'm going to just rely on that. And I'm sure the money was good with you doing that show, whatever the case was. But you should have still had a backup plan. I just realized I don't think I had a Sherri photo up in here, but whatever. It is what it is. She should have had a backup plan from the beginning. I don't know why you didn't have a backup plan because, say what you want about like Nick Cannon and all these other people, but even when they have their regular shows and the things that they do, they have a backup plan. And They had multiple jobs. Steve Harvey, when he was doing his talk show, he had game shows and all these other stuff going on, doing a radio show, all these other things. So you always have to have, you got to be a juggler. You got to have multiple balls up in the air. You can't just rely on that one job. And I understand you got a son, but you also got to be out here hustling. Because I don't know if she's still paying alimony to them ex-husbands or whatever of hers. And remember, she had the thing with the last husband that she had to pay child support for that embryo that he went and used and had a baby with, allegedly. And she was like, that ain't my kid or whatever. I ain't raised it. And then they basically was like, you got to pay the coins. So, the husband that looked like the creature from Harry and the Hendersons. So, she basically, so it was like, you live and you learn, I guess. But I'm glad that she's out here doing other things. But look, some people said this is your karma for what you did to Wendy Williams. I don't know if we need to incorporate that in the situation, but that's what some people said, is that this is when you went and backdoored Wendy Williams, now they went and backdoored you. So in the comments over at the Neighborhood Talk, they said, honestly, we said cancel J Hud. Well, look, they gave her another season. Y'all ain't got to watch it. Another person said, I never liked the way she backdoored Wendy. I'm not really sad for her. Another person said, they told us 3 months ago. Sorry, they didn't tell you. Another person said, y'all can be in denial all you want, but Wendy has serious health issues. She was going to be replaced. I'm glad another Black woman got it. Navy Brat 78, you got a point, because Wendy the backdoored Wendy. You can't necessarily say Sherri backdoored Wendy. Wendy decided to let alcohol consume her. Wendy decided to continue to harbor a husband who was out here fucking another woman for 15 years and then decided to have a baby on her while she looked the other way until the baby came out and it embarrassed her. And then all of a sudden her mind started going the same way as Trump's. It started rotting in real time. And now she had a damn guardianship. So we're gonna keep it real on the show. We're gonna keep it real. So, and I love Wendy. Wendy is a mentor in my head, among others. So, we're gonna keep it real, keep it real. And somebody was gonna get the job regardless. So if Sherri didn't get it, I was gonna get mad if another artist got it or another person got it. Because there was a lot of people up for that part. And Miss Thing wasn't done with her contract. And if she's not gonna show up to work, what is Debra Mercury supposed to do? Let the damn thing die? Because the bitch don't want to get up out her bed and show up? So what do you expect? So you can't necessarily blame Sherri for everything. Another person said free Winnie. That's a whole nother topic for a whole nother day, because word on the street, she ain't getting out that guardianship. Another person said, my son is a television actor and I always tell him to strive to be like the Wayans. Okay. Because these people can take anything from you in this industry if it doesn't belong to you. I guess what it's saying is like create your own stuff. And look, they had this stuff taken away from them. Remember what happened with the whole Scary Movie thing? But then they wound up getting it back. Another person says, Sherri show was such good energy. Wish her well, better in store for her. Another, somebody said, girl, you too nice. We need Wendy. Okay, well, look, Sherri does what she does, Wendy does what she does, and Wendy mind ain't where it used to be, so you ain't getting Wendy anymore. If you want to see old Wendy, there's plenty of videos out there. I'm sure you can watch old clips of Wendy and the Wendy Williams show on YouTube. Another person, it's amazing how many people cannot understand that Sherri didn't take anything from Wendy and the opportunity was given to her. And as somebody in show business, if an opportunity presents itself, I'm going to take it. It's just the way it is. This is not show friends. This is show business. Another person said, where do y'all get off saying this lady backdoored Wendy? She was a fill-in. Wendy ain't come back to work. They made Sherri permanent. Business is business. Who about to turn down an opportunity like that? Exactly, because let me tell you, if an opportunity presented itself for me to get out there and do my own talk show on network TV, of course I have the tone and the cussing. But if an opportunity presented itself for me to be on TV and it was backing up the Brinks show and I was going to make a shit ton of money, you think I'm going to turn that down? It got to be a late night show because I'm a little raunchy. But if an opportunity presented itself, I'm not turning that down. So I don't think people should be all on Sherri because of a decision that ain't got nothing to do with her. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. They decided to move on and not renew the show, even though it was doing well. I don't know what's going on. I just think that there's no more money in network television. So people are just, I don't know. I just guess at this point, people are just not the industry has changed so much. People are more or less on streaming and all this other stuff. They're not really into like network television because so many shows got canceled. Karamo's show got canceled. Steve Wilkos show got canceled. They canceled Access Hollywood. Right? They canceled Extra. I think Access Hollywood. But so like even the entertainment news shows like the Access Hollywoods and all of them, they not coming back because y'all come to us for the tea. We spill the tea and we give y'all unfiltered opinion on a lot of the celebrity news that's going on. So this is where the media is going because people getting bored with the whole ass kissing direction of those type of shows because y'all want to be in proximity to them celebrities. So Sherri will bounce back. We'll see what concert, what Broadway play that she's doing. I wanted it's play with Taraji P. Henson and Cedric the Entertainer. Is that a musical or regular play? Because I thought that would be the play that she would be into. If there's no singing in that, then that ain't probably it. But it'd be interesting to hear what play they're interested in putting her in. But I definitely want to hear from y'all regarding all of this. Let me know what your thoughts are on this story in the comments down below. Hold on. Okay, let's see what everybody's saying up in here. Oh, so I can get Spanish citizenship. Well, I need to, child, because I'm ready to leave the U.S. To Onyx's point, I was thinking, doesn't Jennifer call herself a Puerto Rican child? A lot of these people like to claim shit when it's convenient. Mi gente Latino. So does that mean her parents aren't New Yorkers? Probably not. I think this is the beginning of the death of talk shows. The people seem to like podcasts who speak on gossip. Also, having a live audience is annoying. Agreed. And you don't have to hear claps. I mean, I can give y'all claps. Hold on. Let me see if I because I do have a clap sound in here. Where is it? Hold on. We're trying to find it for y'all. Oh, here it is. Also got a laugh one. I got the drum. An explosion. Like a Funk Flex, the explosion. But yeah, let's get a clap. So yeah, I got sound effects up in here too. We can do that, but I want to annoy y'all. I like the natural progression of sound effects and things when y'all contributing to the show. But yeah, I do agree. It's like people like the podcast because we could do long form shows. Like we do shows for like 3 hours, 4 hours. The other day, I don't know if this was actually like, and this is why I said y'all be bullshitting too much. The other day, I kid you not, T.S. Madison did Fag Talk for 7 hours. I'm like, y'all doing too much. Because first of all, y'all spend more time bullshitting on there than doing a show. But there's no reason why y'all show should have been 7 damn hours. New York ain't a country. She referring to the city. You can be multicultural, but you can't be from 2 separate cities. She's Puerto Rican by heritage and New Yorker by birth. But you know what? I'm gonna start using the sound effects a lot more than he said the explosions for the salacious topics. That's got to be remembering what all these sounds are. All right. That'll do for that. Let's get back into the show. Because now it's like I gotta remember what all this stuff is. I gotta get used to pressing all these buttons. Let's talk about this clown. Let's talk about Bussy MadAzz, because apparently, happy pride, because Miss Thing, that closet case, still out here using the gays and the trans, for clout, because quiet as it's kept, nobody gave a good goddamn about that tight ass event that he trying to do. So of course you got to jump on the trans bandwagon in order to get any kind of clout. So Bussy said that he don't want trans women at his corny, whack-ass topless pool party. The rapper shared a policy with a now deleted post on Twitter, because I'm like, if you was really about it, sir, and he did say that he was doubling down. If you was really about it, you would have left the shit up on Twitter, because quiet as it's kept. Don't Elon, the Ewok from South Africa, I thought he hates the trans, even though he got a trans daughter. So I don't think he would have minded you keeping that transphobic comment up there. But anyway, he put in all caps like he was cool, and said, "Sorry, no trannies allowed at the Topless pool party. We will be checking. Adam's apples and strong facial features and large hands. Well, I guess you need to be looking at half the bitches you be sticking your dick in, because you looking at somebody's neck and their hands and their features, you do know when it comes to Black women, a lot of women have strong features, which is where they get a lot of the transphobic comments. And we've had situations where women who are cisgender have been mistaken to be trans and they've been unalived. There's stories about that going out there, but you can't expect nothing logical to come from this ignorant ass ninja. So, of course, the comments quickly sparked criticism during Pride Month, where LGBTQ communities across the country celebrate visibility, advocacy, and inclusion, and Miss Mamas knows it. So now, in the follow-up video, he did argue that he has a right to determine who attends his private event, a stance that drew both support and condemnation across social media. That's true. However, I promise you, sir, nobody with tits at the top and a dick at the bottom was even thinking about showing up at your tight ass event. But of course, because nobody cares, you of course want to piggyback off the trans community. And this is my thing. I ain't never seen a straight man, windmill so hard trying to suppress them gay ass demons he got going on deep within his spirit. Because a real man, a real straight man, ain't worrying about what the gays is out here doing. It's not worrying about what the trans out here doing. Yet you can't keep their name and their dick out your mouth. Now, he has had several incidences where he faced backlash over comments about queer people. In 2020, he drew criticism after publicly speaking out against former NBA star Dwayne Wade and actress Gabrielle Union's support of Zaya Wade after she came out as trans. He also threw shade at Lil Nas X for publicly supporting DaBaby following the artist's controversial remarks about queer people at the 2021 Rolling Out Music Festival. It's also fueled broader conversations about queer acceptance, masculinity, and inclusion within hip-hop culture and Black communities. He also has a gay manager and a lesbian daughter, but this is how he thinks, because he's ignorant. And also, remember that time, I think he still got PTSD because his dick probably jumped a couple of times over that incident where he talked about that he was in prison and he seen two men hunching in the shower. So he's still traumatized over that because, and there was this video, I wish I could find it, where they was talking about that, like, they showed, they questioned straight men about LGBT people, whatever, then, and, homophobes, whatever the case was, showed them gay corn, and they got aroused. So I truly believe in that way of that people who hate on the gays, 9 times out of 10, y'all got them tendencies. Hence why I use this picture where you see Bussy, and in that head, y'all see Lil Nas X and that dancer that was licking all over him in that video. That if you can't, I don't know if you can see it, but that's why I put that up there. There's a method to my madness. But speaking of which, I do have this video of talking about homophobic men being aroused by gay male corn, and this is why I feel like Bussy fits into this category. So we're going to show y'all this clip, and we're going to come back and we're going to talk. Please hold.
Talk about this article from Psychology Today that examines homophobia and arousal. Let's get into it. So this was just a small study done in 1996. I want to make that very clear. There were only 64 subjects. They were college-age men who all identified as 100% straight. They were given a questionnaire about their internal homophobia scale. It was about 25 questions that gauged their emotional reaction to homosexuals. It was largely focused around their comfort or dread around them. They were divided into 2 groups, which was above the midpoint and below the midpoint, homophobic and non-homophobic. They attached a gauge to their member to assess diameter and changes in diameter, and showed them 3 pornographic materials, 1 heterosexual, 1 gay, and 1 lesbian. After each clip, they were asked how aroused they were. In terms of arousal between the heterosexual and the lesbian porn, there was really no difference between the 2 groups, homophobic and non-homophobic. The big difference was the gay porn. the homophobic men became more aroused. So the non-homophobic men displayed no arousal 66% of the time, modest arousal 10% of the time, and definite arousal 24% of the time. The homophobic group displayed no arousal 20% of the time, modest arousal 26% of the time, and definite arousal 55% of the time. And this is measured by the diameter of their member. Well, what do we have here? And I'm going to link the study down below if you're interested. So I want to talk about this article from Psychology Today that examines homophobia and arousal.
Okay, so let me close that. Hold on. Because and yeah, so if you want to, you can go to psychologytoday.com and it's up there. And shout out to Hessomid. I'm spelling it out because I think it's Hessomid, but it's Hessomid. If you go to her Instagram, you can see it over there and then you could do the links because, even when you try to show people proof, they always try to discredit psychology and stuff because science, if you believe under the guise of this current regime, we all doomed in regards to education, and people's common sense is in the goddamn gutter, simply, just like this man here. So they said the discussion also highlights a tension that frequently emerges when conversations about queer inclusion intersect with questions of personal beliefs, culture, and freedom of expression. For Black libidical advocates, those conversations carry particular weight. Black trans women continue to face disproportionately high rates of violence, discrimination, and economic hardship, making public rhetoric from influential figures especially significant. Whether viewed as a matter of personal preference or discriminate, I hate the preference thing because it's not what we prefer. It is a part of who we are. Just like straight people, y'all don't call what y'all do a preference. So can we stop calling being gay a preference? Bussy's comments have once again placed the rapper at the center of a debate that extends far beyond music. So, and you knew what you was doing about Pride Month. So all of this, I should say, started because prior to this, NFL star Caleb Williams was on the cover of Madden 2027 with nail polish on his fingers. And he went and made a comment talking about, this is disappointing because kids look up to you, as if painting your nails is only subjected to women. But I ask you this, Bussy, fuck your raggedy ass kids. Well, that's a statement. Here's the thing I want to say. And what about them kids of yours that look up to you? Because remember, let's take a trip back in memory lane. Were you concerned when you had a bunch of prostitutes to rape your underage kids with the hopes of them fucking the gay out of them? People like Bussy only care about the kids when they want to use them to shield, as a shield to justify their internalized homophobia. And a lot of y'all like to do it. And nothing brings ignorant black people, I ain't gonna say all, together than some internalized homophobia and transphobia. But you would think that black people would understand, because with black folks being discriminated against, now you want to discriminate against another marginalized community. Y'all still marginalized at the end of the day because white people discriminate against y'all. But you thinking what? If, that'll take the distraction off of y'all being discriminated against because you black, if you hate on the black gays? So now, all to y'all shade, but what's up respecting trans woman, a homosexual, is begging for an invite to Bussy MadAzz's hug, booger, pool parties. I've never seen a man, as I said earlier, windmill as hard as Bussy does, trying to his damnness to suppress some homosexual demons he been secretly battling. I hate that my camera keep moving, by the way. Now, no self-respecting straight man, as I've stated before, will give a fuck about what gays and trans people are doing. But since Bussy need attention, we brought his dirty ass pool party filled with a bunch of funky ass strippers full of cellulite and bullet holes in their ass, and then just smell like swamp ass and weak weed. Of course, people like him need to keep the pre-op doll's dick in his mouth for some damn relevancy. So that's all I'm gonna say on that. Child, I done messed up my camera. So yeah, that's all I'm gonna say on that. And I definitely want to hear from y'all regarding this segment. So what do you guys think of this story regarding what Bussy MadAzz still out here using the gays and the trans, mostly the trans, for clout, talking about he gonna check Adam's apple thing. So is there a thing where girls gotta come up in there and pull up their skirts and pull it in their panties to make sure they not tucking? Like, the mentality of this moron. But like I said, happy Pride, Bussy. Come on out the closet. We don't want to claim you. We don't want you a part of our shit. But if you want to come out and stop fighting them demons and you want to live the life that God truly intended for your little closeted ass to live, then you get to come to terms with that. But you still not a part of coming to the gay cookout. We don't want your raggedy ass over here, a part of our shit. Stay over there with them ignorant ass people. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. All right, so now let's see what the people saying in the comments. A link? What we linking? How you linking? Oh yeah, I heard about Talay Riley. That was Pow Pow. Or Unalived. I forgot what they said he wrote for. So yeah, they were talking about. Is that the one you're talking about? Talay Riley, a 35-year-old Grammy-winning singer-songwriter, was fatally stabbed in Silvertown, East London, known for writing hits for artists like Dula Peep, Britney Spears, and her. He was pronounced unalive at the scene. 3 people have been arrested in connection with the red rum. Y'all are a mess. I'm screaming. Somebody said I fuck his brains out, but cuddling is crossing lines. I hate your boyfriend. Anyway, let me get off this phone. So that's why I be hating, because y'all be distracting me with all these videos and things. Wait, who hit me up now? Good job, Poppy, out here. All right. Okay, let's get back into the show. But actually, let me read y'all comments. Oh yeah, this is what he was talking about. They're talking about the Melania is missing. Oh, well, because you think that whole Epstein thing, that was somebody, she was an escort? That who was it that came out? I think the Daily Beast did like a expose. Kyle Kalinske did a whole video on it, and I posted the Daily Beast article on my Facebook page. I guess if you make crappy movies, you have to rely on rage bait to promote them. Oh, you talking about Jennifer? Nobody wants to see him topless. Okay, the jiggles will cause eye strain, permanent blindness, and vomiting. Okay. Warner Brothers is actually bankrupt. Hint the sale. As soon as the video is done, download it. I'll send it to you. They're bankrupt. Child. Didn't you recently post that homophobes talk about LGBTQ? Yeah, more than the LGBTQ people. Well, here we go. Exhibit A through Triple Z. He is obsessed. Why you so obsessed with me? Boy, I wanna know. He needs to admit that he was traumatized by seeing those guys getting it on because he wanted in, but wanted to keep his hetero street cred. Okay, you know how many thugs that probably got their cheeks clapped? Or the ones that try to perpetuate that image? Oh yeah, we definitely know he don't wash his pussy. Speaking of which, there was this video I saw the other day. I think it was on that podcast that DDG do, because the boy looked like DDG. Not the one that said it, but the boy that was in the video. That somebody know that you stink, because he said he don't let the soap go between his crack when he take a shower. Why am I have wash my ass in the shower? Because you need to. What is wrong with y'all? And it's your hand that's touching your ass. Like, I don't understand people that run around here talking about that it's gay to wash your ass. Really? So y'all walking around with skid marks in your drawers, your butt smelling like a whole sewer, and y'all think that shit is cute? It's disgusting. Wipe y'all behinds. And yes, you need to get like get you some dude wipes. I have a box coming tomorrow. Shout out to Amazon. Got another box of my dude. They come every 2 months. Even though they give me so many. I had to stop it at one point because I was getting too many boxes coming in. But I get my dude wipes, and it's like, yeah, if I go to the bathroom in the middle of the day, I have to make sure it's clean back there. Because you ain't going to see no skid marks in my damn drawers ever. And I'm not walking around with an itchy, yada, in between my legs and in my crack. It's got to be nice and fresh back there. So fresh and so clean, in the words of Big Boy. So, yes, I am a fan of the wipes. I wash my ass anymore. But yeah, I like being fresh and clean too. You ain't never gonna say I stink. I just don't understand, when did it become a thing that it's okay for men to be walking around smelling? There's nothing prideful about stinking. Like, what is wrong with people? He's trying to be relevant by saying this. Okay, because it's like, if you was really about something, why you trying to? I see it on YouTube, the sports podcast. They acting a fool because Caleb Williams and Jared McCain have paint. That's why I said, first of all, painting nails is not gay. It's not exclusive to women. Rock stars paint their nails. Like, the overall ignorance of people, and especially in 2026, boys and men, well, I'll say boys because they're getting older, but guys are experimenting a lot more with fashion and expressing themselves. And Bussy is in his 40s. So he's got this outdated view of how people should look. And nobody asked your ugly ass. So shut up. Exactly. The straights think it's masculine to not shower. That's what I was saying. Yeah. And the fact that y'all be having women slobbing y'all knob, and there have been women that openly admit that y'all be funky. I'd have been like, no, this is why. There was this clip that I saw somewhere of like these male corn stars talking about when they hooked up with women and the girls be smelling down there. And one of the guys said how they snuck around about it was how they would get around it without hurting the women's feelings. They were like, let's do a shower scene. So that's why a lot of times when you would see in them straight corn movies where they be doing shower sequences, a lot of it's because y'all be smelling a little fishy down there. And the men don't want to hurt your feelings. So they incorporate that scene in the film and make y'all think it was part of the sex. But it's like, no, y'all pussy smell like it smell like salmon. I was gonna say salmonella. Just take out the manila and keep the salmon in. Now, funny you say that, because guess where I just came back from? The nail salon? Is that what you're talking about? I'm trying to see what that emoji is, because this stuff is small the way I'm looking at it. So here's my look. There's nothing. The people look how people want to express themselves. If it's not hurting you, I don't understand why people give a good goddamn. Mind y'all business. Let people just live their life and do what they do on their own damn terms. I don't know why people try to make it a big deal in the whole situation. So, but not you talking about the shower. Oh, you talking about washing your ass? Well, yeah, wash your booty. Wait, was you watching me? Did you have me on while you were showering? Look, I travel The good thing about about doing this show, I travels everywhere. There's been times that Cleveland said he has had me on while he's showering. So, so, but you was probably in the shower. What, the nail salon, right? That's what that was. Because I see a brush up there. Not you saying right now. But this has happened before. I said, look, I travel everywhere. Just put the phone on the side, raise the volume, and let me talk. Hold on, let me fix my camera, because freaking damn thing keeps moving. Do you remember Lovely Peaches? Yeah, that name sounds familiar. You said when she was at her peak popularity in high school, me and a friend would joke about being fishy, and then it got a little too serious, and she actually got mad at me. Exfoliating my hearing tea. Well, look, I want to buy this skin cream that I use now because I heard Jalen Brunson uses it every day. So I was like, oh, let me buy it. It was $40 on Amazon. I should probably next time I have to bring it in, because I had to get up and I have to go into the bathroom and I don't feel like doing it. I'm gonna show y'all the box. And I'm like, oh, it works wonders. My skin be feeling fabulous. It's like this rice facial cleanser. And then my sister ended up giving me like this little box of like a mask that I could use. Like, all of a sudden everybody's giving me like skincare things. And funny enough, I have been asking for that, because as you get older, you do need to take care of your skin. And I've always been the type of guy that I just wash my face with soap and water. And I know that's not good, but and I have a friend that works in the skincare industry. I do want to hit him up and ask him what I should get. But child, I feel like if I ask him, he's gonna end up having me spend $200 on all these damn products just so I can so my face can maintain its youthfulness. But anyway, let's get to our final topic. And let's talk about Drag Race. So yeah, we are finally done with the second bracket of All Stars 11. And let me tell you, it was a doozy. It was a mess. I need to watch the Roscoe's episode, which some people already gave me inside tea on before it aired. I already know it aired already because it's 7:30 as we speak, as I'm doing this topic. And usually the Roscoe's viewing party starts around 6 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. So it's already came and went in the past 30 minutes. But anyway, so yeah, Drag Race happened. And I have to say, one of the things, say what you want about Miss S Titties, who was showing her entire titties and ass, with her behavior, especially with this team Peck Peck, which girl, that Peck Peck situation seemed to be one-sided because you wasn't really gonna give Miss Aura a point, but you expected everybody to give you a point. And quiet as kept, you was mad at Miss Peck Peck, but team, whatever the Hispanic team that y'all put together, you didn't get no points from them, but you mad at Aura for not giving you one. I guess it was easy to get on her, but not the other girls. But now, as y'all know, spoiler alert, well, it happened already. Silky and Miss Rhythm of the Night, as I like to call her, they're making it into the next round. So let's just decipher and figure out and comprehend what just happened. So now, the meat of the episode was rather familiar with them doing a family resemblance situation, but what they did was they did it with gay dads, which I actually like that whole thing. And them talking about like the difficulties of gay men raising children in America, and one unfortunately because they live in Florida, having to hide his life. I guess now that they see the TV show, the jig is up. But him having to hide a part of himself, and people looking at men like, oh, it's daddy day, so now you're contributing. And that's kind of sad that people look at it that the women handle the bulk of the duties and the men just pop in whenever. So that whole mentality, it's kind of sad. I think that more men should step their pussies up and contribute, not just to the household, but also the raising of the children. Also, I am so glad that Ross finally got Michelle ass together because I'm so sick of her and her whole idea of trying to family resemblance. Like, what the fuck was you looking at? Because Silky and her partner was definitely giving family resemblance. She painted that man like that was her light-skinned cousin. So that's what I got from Silky, especially with the lips looking a little more ethnic. I don't know what the hell Michelle was looking at, but I totally disagree with her, and I'm glad that Ross, even though he could be annoying at times, he gathered her and got her together. So yeah, Michelle, you was wrong with the whole family resemblance thing. So now the makeover challenge, as you know, didn't really make sense. I definitely like what Vivacious did. Mother finally mothered in that episode. And even though Miss Thing in this picture here, why am I forgetting names? She was pissing me off. She definitely deserved her win. And definitely did the fiercest makeup. Selena. I don't know why I'm forgetting names all of a sudden. So the fake waterworks, the performative bullshit, it was kind of rubbing me the wrong way. I'm glad Aura at the end of the day didn't vote for her because she was doing too much. She was running to so many different people trying to accumulate points, and it backfired on her at the end of the day. I do think for TV's sake that hopefully we do get Selena in the semifinals as one of the picks that RuPaul will pick. I hope it'll be Selena, Aura, and then I don't know how the next bracket is going to be. We have to see with that. But I definitely want Morgan McMichaels in there as well, because Morgan definitely deserved to be in the semifinals, even though, the first bracket was kind of boring. I do agree with Silky on that. And I hate the fact that people have been hating on Silky this season. I've been enjoying Silky. I like Silky. I've met Silky. I met her a couple of years ago when I lived in LA, and she performed at oh my God, why am I forgetting where she performed? She performed at this club and had a little moment with her. She's very nice in person. TV is TV. It's a competition. Hamburger Mary's. See, now everything is coming to me late. She performed at Hamburger Mary's. I think it was the one in Long Beach is the one where I met her at. And Silky was lovely. Definitely is down to take pictures, very entertaining, but people judge her based on what they saw on TV. Similar to what one of the other queens did. So I like the fact that shout out to Silky and Crystal, who are moving on in the finals. This whole alliance thing was just dumb in my opinion. And the fake tears and stuff from Selena. I know a lot of people's hating on her, but she did explain because she was on the Roscoe's thing that I hear that she was trying to play it like it was Survivor. I think that she made a mention of Sherri that was on Survivor, and that's what she was trying to do. But girl, in my opinion, if that's what you was trying to do, if you was trying to be similar to what they was doing on Survivor, Sherri was actually liked, and people was rooting for her. The way you was going about it, you was just doing too much. And this temper tantrum you threw, where at the end they like, "Ooh, Untuck's about to be lit." That's what Michelle said. That's made it entertaining. So I do think that going forward, y'all need to chop it. 18 queens is way too much. Y'all need to, it feels very filler. You need to make it a little tighter. The alliance thing, in my opinion, does not make sense for this whole thing. You're only in 3 episodes. I don't see the purpose of you doing an alliance. It doesn't feel like you're trying to copy off a Project Runway. It's just, look, whoever's the most talented, in my opinion, should be the ones that move on in the competition. The people that put in the work and not just all about pomp and circumstance and doing all the bullshit. That should be what goes forward. So just keep it simple. All this extra bells and whistles and stuff is kind of just making me rub the wrong way. So in a way, I was kind of glad that Selena didn't get it. And I'm sure she probably explained all the stuff that she was doing in the show when she was on Roscoe's at the viewing party. But you are not. I just didn't like her behavior in this whole situation. So, also, can we talk about the fact that y'all was up in there using Nicki Minaj? I'm not gonna hold you. I fast forwarded through that segment because I was like, I don't want to hear this song. I don't even know who won, but I know who won. But I did not watch the performance. A lot of people also feel that Crystal Method was getting a winner edit. I did feel that in the beginning, but watching this back, I definitely feel like Crystal's wins were well deserved. Crystal, what she was doing on the show is well deserved. It did not have the edit. So I do take that back because in the beginning it kind of felt that way, but I'll admit that I was basically wrong in that whole situation. I don't know if I like the whole the makeover challenge. I never really like, but it is what it is. Is that all I got to say on this? Yeah, that's all I got to say on this. There's nothing else I feel like I need to add. But I definitely want to hear from y'all. Oh wait, and I have to say, I definitely love the fact that we have Silky, who had to be the voice of reason. Because I said, if it was anybody else, particularly if Selena was showing her ass, and Miss Why You Mad Though was on that bracket, she'd have got her ass together because her behavior on that was unnecessary. The way you was acting towards another queen because you felt obligated to get their point was just shady and tacky. And like I said, nobody gave you their point. So why wasn't you mad at them? But you was mad at the other girls from the beginning. And look, I love the fact that Silky was like, I betrayed all these bitches. But I did what I had to do to win. It's not serious. It's drag. It's just drag, as they say. So shout out to the girls. I'm interested to see how this whole bracket thing is going to work out once we get to the finale and how they're going to work out where they pick the 3 people they want to make it into the next round. Even though I already know who's going to be the top 2 of the makes it all the way to the end. I ain't going to spoil it for y'all, but y'all going to gag when y'all see what it is. Yeah, that's all I'm gonna say on that because I was gonna give y'all a hint for one, but I was like, I'm not gonna do that because y'all be getting mad even when I do that. But I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story? What did you think of All Stars 11? I actually did like the fashions. I like the makeover challenges. I like the fact when they wanted to bring attention to gay dads and all this other stuff. So I did like that idea. But I don't know. Shout out to all of y'all. Whatever your thoughts are on this matter, let me know in the comments down below. Between my age and being an Aries, I have little to no filter. So if he, she, they stink, they're wasting my time. So I have no shame in letting them know. Yeah, when you get to be a certain age, you start giving less of a fuck what people got to say. This week's Mistress Monday video will entertain you for sure. Now, Selena was playing a dirty game and the rug got snatched beneath her. I didn't feel bad, and I'm glad Silky and Crystal continue. Absolutely, because I was like, I ain't even want Selena to win. I was so glad when she didn't make it. Ralaska Talks was the only drag race alliance that ever really meant anything. Absolutely, because there was history with that. The whole Ralaska Talks on their regular season, and then they brought that into All Stars. But the format was different at the time. So that worked. But this whole bracket thing, it wouldn't work for something like that. I mean, it would be entertaining. I think also I saw a clip of Alaska revealing something about Vivacious and her outfits and some drama that happened where one of the designers did her dirty, and Trinity threw somebody's name out there that ain't had nothing to do with it. And Alaska had to get her together real quick. I said, y'all gotta be careful with these names that y'all be throwing out here in these streets because y'all gonna be getting them discredited. And then the hate mail gonna be coming in on social media. I can understand Selena being devastated by being so close to the semifinals, but she was acting like it was high school relationship drama. Gays will forever be stuck in the and it's funny how the old Selena came back. That's what it felt like. This is what I always tell y'all in so many ways. A lot of these people go on these shows and they try to produce themselves. So when y'all talk about blaming on the edit, no, it ain't the edit that's making y'all act this way. Y'all up in there trying to produce yourselves to come across a certain way. But the point situation forced Selena to really show her ass and show how she really was going to act in the situation. So it was like you almost forgot the camera was on, you forgot you was producing yourself. And in a way, I actually like the idea that with the show that this is what they did, because a lot of y'all coming in trying to produce yourselves or whatever, but you doing this whole thing, people start showing who they truly are, and it was entertaining to see y'all behave in this way, that we got to see y'all for who you truly are instead of y'all trying to perpetuate a certain image because you don't want the backlash from the fans, which I don't know. I haven't checked social media, but I'm sure she got quite a lashing from a lot of people online. So there's that. But on that note, oh, look, a 4-hour show. And we are done with today's show. So I want to thank you all for tuning in to the latest episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. Hit that like button, subscribe, smash the notification bell, do all the things that need to be done to get this show out there. I'll be back tomorrow with a brand new episode of the show. Love you all for watching. Thank you for your continued support. And until next time, ciao, darlings.